Ladies and gentlemen, this is Dr. Sam Sugar. In a few minutes, we'll be beginning our 2021 Guardianship Symposium. And as we prepare to open up the symposium, I want to make sure that I thank everybody who's made this possible. So I'd like to mention just a few of the names of donors who committed to helping us make this possible, including Daniel Anderson, Lisa McCarley, Karen Earl, Ward Jennifer T., who will have a video in this session, Danielle Schusterman, Joseph Incovia, Marcus Trione, and Key Phillips. All of their donations, whether large or small, are very much appreciated. And it's the assistance of this kind of generosity that makes our organization possible and allows us to have events like this. This event is the fifth AAAPG symposium held in the last 5 years. They've all been in person and in Florida over the years, including in Palm Beach County, Boca Raton, Tampa, and Orlando. But this one it seems to be the one that will be the largest attendance because of something at least good came from COVID, and that we can do these now in a way that allows people from all over the world, and you will have input from all over the world tonight, um, talking about a subject that we all have in common. It is not one that we like, it is not pleasant. None of the stories you're about to hear have a happy ending. In fact, many of them are tragic. I count myself in that lot as well. And as you'll hear in tomorrow's session, which begins at 9 a.m. Eastern Daylight Standard Time, and everybody here has been given admission tokens for this session and tomorrow's session. So please try to join us in a timely fashion. As we begin, I will invite you all to go to our AAAPG webpage, and you will see there the very first article contains information and a link to our program tonight. Our program tonight is focused on what's happened in the last decade in the field of guardianship. In this event, we are going to look backwards. We're going to look at where we stand today, and we're going to look at where we hope we're going in the future with reform movements that can prevent these horrible guardianships from stealing more lives than they already have. So I welcome everybody. We will give a few more seconds for more participants to come, and hope that you enjoy this program as much as I've enjoyed trying to put it together. We have some fantastic speakers tonight, absolutely fantastic. I think each one of them is an expert in their own way. Each one of them has articulated their experiences in a beautiful way. And having said that, I think we'll get started since it is exactly 6 p.m. My first speaker is going to be a lady who is very well known, certainly in our community and actually around the United States and even the world. Carrie Kasem is a multimedia personality, a producer and writer who has anchored numerous talk shows as well as entertainment programs. She experienced a family tragedy with the guardianship of her father, the world famous host of America's Top 40, Casey Kasem. And I'm going to ask Carrie to just say hello to everybody, and we'll have a little talk.
Well, thank you so much, Sam. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate what you have done for so long and so many years, and your persistence is paying off. It really is.
Well, I was young when I started this, but I'm not now. So let me ask you a few questions. Obviously, your story is what brings you to this moment. Can you give us, for those who aren't familiar with it, just a capsule of your story?
Sure. In 2013, my dad got very sick from what was Lewy body dementia. and he was diagnosed in 2007. In 2013, he needed help getting dressed and getting up, and he had to be driven everywhere. And when that happened, when he could no longer really get up and do anything himself, his wife decided to literally shut the gates of the estate, fire everybody he knew, take away his phone, his computer, and not allow his driver to drive him over to our house, and that's me, my brother, and sister. And she completely isolated him. And this is for months. She isolated him, with us begging to see him, calling. No calls were returned, no emails were returned. Finally called Adult Protective Services. They could do nothing. The police could do nothing. So after 3 months of not being able to see my dad, we finally got to court, and I thought, okay, well, we're good kids. We have a history of seeing dad. We're going to get visitation. But I learned very quickly that there were no laws allowing adult children to see their parents. And so I figured, after being told by my first two lawyers I'd never win a case against a wife of 34 years, that if I wasn't going to win this case, I'd change the law. So I fired those two lawyers, got another lawyer who believed in my case, and continued fighting as I was in the Capitol trying to change the law. So to make a very long story short, I went through hell for 8 months. I won the case. I proved egregious elder abuse. In this case, guardianship worked out for me. I don't know why and I don't know how, but the PVP attorney told the judge that we should have guardianship, and that was me and my family, my sister and my brother. So we got temporary guardianship over my dad. And by that time, he had been moved to 3 different states, and we found him in Washington. And the temporary guardianship was not good there. So I had to fight all over again. And I fought to get him into a hospital after a few weeks. And we tried to save his life. It took 2 weeks, and he passed. And he died on World Elder Abuse Awareness Day and Father's Day of that same year. So I thought that was such a sign from my dad to keep going. So I ended up changing the law. I ended up winning the case. But when I was going through all of this, I was getting hundreds of emails and people on social media saying, I don't have a famous last name. I don't have any money. What am I going to do? Can you help me? And I thought, there's no way I can't help people. So that was my crusade with Case and Cares and my amazing team, because there's no way I could have done this without every single person on that team, on my nonprofit, because they held me up when I felt like I was crumbling.
And speaking of teams, one of the advantages that a celebrity has is access to the media, getting them on your side. Can you speak a little bit about the pros and cons of the media in our struggle?
Absolutely. And I'll tell you, I knew that this was going to be public because of my father and how famous he was. So what I thought was, if this comes out and it looks like it's just stepchildren against stepmom, we're in trouble here. So I called up every single one of my dad's closest friends, family members, co-workers, and I said, please stand with me outside my dad's house. So when this does break, it's everybody that can't see my dad. He's completely isolated. It doesn't look like it's just us kids. And most stood with me. And that's when we had, the press come in, and they saw that it was all these people, and they talked to everybody. Nobody could get a phone call into my dad or see my dad or anything. And that helped me. That definitely helped. And what's upsetting about the media for me is they only listen when it's Mickey Rooney's kids, Glenn Campbell's kids, when it's Buzz Aldrin or BB King or Casey Kasem. But there's thousands of people going through this, and it takes I Care a Lot for people to go, oh, that's real? That's happening? And the power of the media is very, very powerful, but they've got to start focusing on this as an epidemic, as a massive epidemic, and looking at cases. And I'll tell you something, they have in certain states. Michigan ran a couple guardianship stories, which was great. Of course, the Guardians came out with Rick Black and Julie Belshie and others. And there has been a lot more media attention in the last 5 years. But it is a very powerful tool. I'll tell you something. When I go to a state and I want the Case and Cares visitation bill in that state, for some reason, all you have to do is tell them you're bringing a camera crew, or you have the news. They want to pick up the interest in the bill there. And all of a sudden I get co-sponsors and sponsors for the bill. So it's very flashy for the legislators. But it also gets the message out there that something's happening.
And how would you suggest that those of us who aren't as media savvy as someone else might be make an effort to contact or to motivate or to convince people in the media to carry these stories? Because we see the stories, there are hundreds of them all the time, but they don't have legs. They're here today and gone tomorrow. Can you talk to that?
Sure. I think right now is it's a great question because with I Care a Lot out and with people like Joe Rogan tweeting about this, you can go to the media now. You just call the news desk of your local news, ask for an investigative reporter, and say, look, this is in the media right now. What's happening in that movie, I Care a Lot on Netflix, that's happening to me. I can tell you the whole story. Or, there's celebrities tweeting about this, or there's bills being passed. So you can use what's already happening to your advantage. Doesn't mean they'll pick your story up, but you have a much better chance at it. Call me. I cannot tell you how many times right now, because of COVID, we haven't been able to do this, but I'll go and protest. I'll go protest the courthouse. I'll go protest a guardian. I'll go protest somebody who's being isolated. And if you get enough people, I'll fly out there. And it doesn't guarantee. Most of the time, I say 95% of the time there will be some press generated. But we have the Campbells are willing to do that. A couple of Mickey Rooney's children are willing to do that, and that will bring press. And now that I'm saying it, I'll probably get a ton of emails, but I really do go out there and I will help as much as I can. But we excuse me, gonna take a sip of water.
Uh, we're all a little emotional when it comes to this
Yeah.
stuff.
um, we're in luck right now because of the fact that it's being highlighted right now in the media. It's being highlighted out there in entertainment. Thank God. And the documentaries that have come out and the TV shows that have come out. So the press will be a little more educated on this matter.
And in a nutshell, can you give a word of encouragement to the hundreds that call you, that call me, that call Rick, that call all of the advocates? Give them a reason to be a little encouraged.
I find this actually, somebody asked me this too a little while ago. Is there any hope? I think there's more hope today turning this situation around than ever before. I really do think we're on the forefront of this. There's legislators in Washington starting to talk about this, really saying enough's enough and saying let's do something about this. Legislators in different states contacting me, contacting all our advocacy groups and saying, well, how do we get this bill passed? What do we need to do to change? So it's out there now more than ever. There's advocates like you, like Rick Black, Julie Belshi, Angelique, Lisa McCarley. I could go on forever. Tom Coleman, who are, behind the scenes working so hard. Everybody on the panel here, just look at, like all the speakers today. It's There's more of a push now than I've ever seen. And I've only been doing this 7 years. I know, Sam, you've been doing this a lot longer, but I've never seen it like it is right now. And I
A-
think
And I think the I Care a Lot movie really may be the tipping point.
I agree.
Carrie, you've been wonderful. I appreciate it. We're so thrilled always to see you. I do want to answer a question that's in chat, and that is these sessions are being recorded and they will be available to everyone as well as the general public. This is a message I want to send out everywhere. Carrie, thank you so very much. I appreciate it. And please stay with us if you
Yeah.
can.
Thank you so much, Sam. I really
You're
appreciate it.
very, very welcome. Our next speaker is a good friend and colleague of Carrie Kasem's, and that's Julie Belshi. Julie's story, and Julie, if you could, you are unmuted, very good. And Carrie, if you could mute, I'd appreciate it. Julie's story was the centerpiece of the movie The Guardians, which focused on the story of the North family, Julie's parents. And Julie has kindly agreed to speak with us tonight for a little while about her experience, her odyssey in all of this. And I wanted to say, first of all, thank you, Julie, for joining us. I've heard you speak before. You were at our Tampa event, and you're very articulate and emotional at the same time.
Huh.
I want to
Thanks
ask
for
you a
having me,
question.
Sam.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you a question that's been on my mind for a long time because I've seen that movie a number of times. How did you cope with the disappearance of your parents that one fateful day?
Well, how I dealt with it was I automatically knew something was horribly wrong because I'm their only child. And I leaned on my husband a lot. I called hospitals. I was in pure shock. Um, and I, I knew they were gone. It wasn't like their house was just closed up and they had gone to the movies or they had gone somewhere. My parents and I were in constant contact. So I was extremely stressed, crying a lot. My husband and I kept it from the children. We did not want to scare them. They were very close to their grandparents. We did just lose my mom. It'll be 2 years, July 10th. My father unfortunately passed away January 22nd. So I guess to answer your question, I just kind of handled it minute by minute and pulled my resources together. I started actually looking on the computer, um, like what could happen to older people if they all of a sudden were missing. I know I'm a mother, I'm a guardian of my kids. I was, now they're older. Um, but I didn't understand the least bit about guardianship, and especially about the corrupt guardianships.
And you have been extremely close to your parents. Can you talk for a minute about the strength of that relationship and how it drove you and made you stronger and made you fight?
Oh, w- we were extremely close. We had lost my brother back in 1989, lost my sister, unfortunately, in 2010. I was their only living child. And um, I just knew when they went missing that my advocacy for them was so strong. I had to not only get justice, but I had to get them back. And I was just screaming from the top of Mount Everest to everybody and anybody that would listen to me. Um, my parents are gone. People can disappear from their house. They were taken from their home. They lost their constitutional rights. I was never notified. They held an ex parte hearing. This is illegal. This is domestic terrorism. I was literally running around to everybody from the cashier at the grocery store to any stranger and telling them this. And people really literally thought I was probably a little crazy because they had never heard of it either. And I still was in shock, but it made me so much stronger. Every time I got that look back from me from a stranger, like, what are you talking about? I knew my advocacy just had to grow that much stronger. I knew Julie, the housewife, had to tell not just my neighbors, not just the tract of homes here, but that I was now, this changed my life. It literally just changed me.
How did you deal like the rest of us do when you talk about this to the average Joe on the street and he looks at you like you're crazy? This couldn't possibly be happening in America. You've got to be imagining all of this. How did you cope with that?
For the most part, I'm human, so there were a lot of ups and downs, but I had so much responsibility with running my husband's business, with being a mother, and also with when we were able to see my parents, with acclimating them to the assisted living facility, telling them, you've got to make the best in here until we can get you out. Because when we did find them, they were very depressed. And when I started to understand more about it, that we were getting them out, I had so many different responsibilities. So at times by myself, it got very I got very depressed, and my husband, thank God, was there for me and would tell me, you know what, Julie, if you don't fight for your parents, you will not be able to live with yourself. And he was in my corner, and so were my kids, and just learned to deal with it.
What would you say to a stranger who happens to be watching this tonight, has no experience with guardianship, no experience with any of this? What would you say to him or her?
I would tell them that thank God when I got involved in this, there were little resources. Um, I'm with Kasem Cares Foundation. We have a helpline. I'd like to give the phone number out if I could, Sam.
Sure, go ahead.
It's 949-872-0658. And you're not alone. There's a certain amount of shame that comes with this. And I hear these panicked people call me. And my first thing to them is, I want them to know you're not alone in this. And I would advise them to reach out to advocates, call our helpline, um, keep your hopes up. Just because you hear nobody ever gets their loved one back, and there's so many nightmare stories, it doesn't mean that's going to happen to you. Get educated, read all about it, and reach out to as many people that you know that are advocating and that you feel comfortable with.
Julie, there's a request to repeat the phone number.
Sure. Okay, so the Kasem Cares helpline is 949-872-0658.
And I want to bring Carrie back online. Carrie, can you unmute yourself for a second?
I'm here.
You two, you work with Julie in your foundation. Can you tell us a little bit more about the specifics of what the Kasem Cares Foundation does?
Sure. Well, there's two different things that we do, and so we have two different nonprofits. One is just for legislation. The Kasem Right Foundation and the Kasem Cares Foundation can uh, they can support the legislation, but you can't do it. It's different. So Kasem Right does all the legislation. Kasem Cares does the educational aspect of it. And let me tell you something about Julie Belshi. There's no way. There's a few people that I could never have done this with, and one of them is Kathleen Wright Braun and Julie Belshi. Because Julie, when I first started this nonprofit, it was me answering every phone call and email. I mean, I would spend hours on the phone every day and couldn't believe it was me just calling them. And it got to the point where, and anybody who's taken phone calls from victims knows how hard it is and how draining it is, because it hits you too, because it puts you back into that situation again. And so Julie, I don't know how she does it, but she has been absolutely amazing. And yes, if you go to kasemcares.org, the phone number is right there. And Julie will answer your phone call. If you email us, we will email you back as well. But there's the educational component, which we did, like you, Sam. And we've asked you every year to speak, but it falls on like Rosh
Passover, yeah.
Hashanah or
Passover.
holiday. But we do a conference every year, and we do it with the California District Attorneys Association, which has district attorneys from all over the country. So we're speaking to district attorneys, first responders, some legislators. It's pretty amazing. So hopefully when we get back up on our feet here as a country and we can start to have these conferences live, we'll start doing them again. Or we may just do as you do, Sam. And
Maybe do it this way. Julie, last word to you on this segment.
Okay, well, last word is I would just tell everybody that ever thinks this can't happen to them, that it can happen to them. Does not matter what age you are. I would clearly tell people, put your personalities aside in your family. Please, this is how they are preying upon people in the court. It makes it so much easier, the dysfunction of the family. Get your wishes known. And also, I just want to put this out there. I am forming a partnership with an organization called Secure Woman Organization. It's a daughters movement. They have 4 different financial frauds, and I will be heading up the guardianship fraud. And we will also be meeting with Congress members, and we are dedicated to helping the women. I'm not saying it doesn't happen to men, but the majority of the people that call in through Case and Care's helpline are women. And the women are going to court as well. They're the caretakers in the family. So a lot of times they get blindsided. All of a sudden, somebody that hasn't seen their parent for 14 years comes in and says, oh, I took mom to the hospital, and they get them to sign something and they get power of attorney. So I'm reaching out, expanding. I'm looking at solutions. I don't want to hear, I know there's going to be millions more stories, but I'd like to hear millions more solutions. And we need to all work together on this. So there's, I just know that there's a lot of good things coming. And I thank you for having me here, Sam.
My pleasure, and I would echo your sentiments. And as we'll see in tomorrow's session, there is some light at the end of the tunnel. There are some legislators, there are some actual judges, there are some lawyers, there are some good people who are beginning to understand just what you said. This could happen to anyone, whether you're poor or rich, white or black, short or tall, male or female, although, as you mentioned, women are substantially more likely to be adversely affected by this racket. And get used to the fact that I'm calling it a racket because I've decided that's what it is, than men are, although men get also just as badly hurt, but not in as great a numbers anyhow. We have a comment from Robert Collette says, I just know one of the best ways to protect your assets is putting your assets overseas, especially. That's an interesting idea. We have a comment just thanking you, Mr. Wright from Illinois. And ladies, Julie and Carrie, thank you so much for getting us off to such a beautiful beginning. And I want to move on now to the heart
Sam,
of,
can I say one more thing?
you can say 3 more things.
Sorry. I'm super excited. I don't want to curse it, but I am writing a book, and
Oh
with
yeah, right.
Rachel Hammond, and I've just got to let it, it's been a process. So when people say, oh, I'm writing a book, I'm like, I look at them and I go, oh my God, so I'm learning the process of it. And you have a book, so I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. And we're fortunate enough to have a publisher finally. So we're looking at it coming out in August. And
What's the title?
the title is American Unpeople.
Hmm. Well, I'll look forward to that.
So I'm really excited about it. Thank
So
you.
you're welcome. As we transition to the next part of our program, I want to be sure that I mention a project that AAAPG has undertaken with the assistance of Matt Scarlatos and Bev Newman, and that is our Memorial Book Program. A few weeks ago, actually, at Beverly's suggestion, I believe, we found a way for victims of guardianship to memorialize their loved ones who had passed, unfortunately, in an abuse of guardianship. Our website has a link to the memorial book page. It's on www.newlywords.com/memorials for abused wards. We have over 30 contributions so far. It's free to do. Ultimately, we're going to publish this book to hand out to legislators to convince them, no, it's not just a flash in the pan. It didn't just happen once or twice or 100 times. It's happening that many times a day. And we're going to use this book to support our case for stronger legislation and an end to this plague of guardianship abuse. So, again, thank you. We're going to move on now to our panel on surviving guardianship abuse. And I would like to introduce the members of the panel first. Our moderator is going to be Terry Kennedy, formerly known as Teresa Kayaba Kennedy. She will be joined by our anonymous ward, Jennifer. Jennifer does not want to reveal her last name. Christine Morrison, who is a registered nurse anesthetist. Jody White, who is the host of Michigan Probate Radio and a very strong advocate in the incredibly corrupt state of Michigan. Hillary Hogue, my friend and colleague from the West Coast of Florida, who is going to talk to us about her particular expertise, as will my good friend Beverly Newman, who is the director of the Al Katz Holocaust Institute, and Sharon McLean, who comes to us from Clearwater, Florida, who will talk to us about the incredible guardianship that she was involved in. I'm going to turn the table over to Terry, and she will take it from here. So panelists, please unmute yourself. And Terry, please proceed, and welcome and thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sugar. I'm honored to moderate this important panel on surviving guardianship abuse. I've spoken and moderated hundreds of events over the last 30 years, but I never thought I'd be moderating an event on this topic. And I don't think any of us could have imagined the surreal and unjust experiences that occur regularly through the equity court. And so most of you know, I usually start things with 30 seconds or maybe a minute of just sort of tuning in. And so I'm going to ask you to just sit tall, close the eyes or soften your gaze and just tune into your breath for a moment. Simply noticing where you are right in this moment. It's a weighty topic, so it's good to be able to be present and tune in. Noticing the beat of your heart, the flow of your breath. And giving yourself the gift to be present in this moment for this time. And let's set a shared intention to be present in community and be open to give and receive with compassion.
Speaking of compassion, I have to immediately apologize for not mentioning Marcy Friedman, who is a late addition to the panel. I apologize, Marcy. Welcome.
And with that, we'll start. And so we do have a group of people here. I want to start with, before we drill down into guardianships, let's start with Christine Morrison, whose experience in Michigan reveals the overall flaws in the equity court system. So Christine, share with us what happened and how you've been documenting the abuse of power in the family court.
Thank you. I wrote the book Judicial Criminals, subtitled The Greatest Fraud Upon American Society, America's Legal System. And I have a webpage, judicialcriminal.com, that summarizes some of the many assaults committed upon me. My case starts in family equity court with the state entering a non-consented to settlement agreement that was never reversed. I then was illegally subjected to parental alienation, unjust, inappropriate child support, bench warrants, the loss of my home and all contents, professional licenses, retirement accounts by an attorney malpractice trial, and life savings for parental rights that I had prior to entering the court. There was no divorce property settlement. The only issues were child support and child custody. You're up against massive, pervasive fraud, extortion, predatory debt collection schemes, civil right violations, obstruction of justice with deliberate violations of law, statutes, constitutional rights. You're litigating against court-produced illegal contact denial with your child. It's not a matter of an experienced attorney. Multiple appeals were filed, all systematically dismissed, protecting the system. Family court does not maintain family relationships or protect parents' or children's rights. It acts as a dictatorship using power, fear, intimidation, in conflict with written laws, statutes, codes. Family court is a dysfunctional bureaucracy operating under unconstitutional policies and practices that demonstrate its deliberate disregard for familiar relationships. It's abuse of power, abuse of office for private gain at the expense of the powerless. The foregoing policies and practices of family court described constitute a policy, pattern, custom, and/or practice that shocks the conscience, is outside the exercise of any professional judgment, and amounts to a deliberate indifference to constitutionally protected rights, liberties, property, and privacy interests of children and parents. It's a deliberate deprivation of rights with no recourse for the states to maximize federal incentive payments for TANF funding. That's what this is all about. It's an egregious failure of the US Constitution and statutory rights violations. The state fails to follow the federal child support guidelines. Judgments are entered with no basis in fact, law, or the Constitution, as the ex parte seizure of my home and all contents, the illegal contact denial with my child. Appeals are systematically dismissed for clear, obvious, egregious errors in the law. There is no remedy at law, such as I had an attorney malpractice trial, 2 issues, no consent to the settlement agreement, and inaccurate financial disclosure. I won $220,000. The attorney appealed. The appeals court reversed it. That attorney then illegally liquidated $80,000 from my individual retirement accounts.
So can I ask you, Christine, where do things stand right now?
Sorry?
Where do things stand right now with your situation?
My case started in 1995 and ended in 2009. There's still 2 motions under advisement that have never been ruled upon. The state perversely hides all their wrongdoing in these courts where there's no recourse, absolutely none, for the victims of legal system abuse. The reform that is needed is in the courtroom, where the policies, procedures that are inconsistent with existing statutory rights or the US Constitution for decades. We need to repeal judicial immunity and create a retroactive Legal System Accountability Act. That's the only answer. The amendments, the bills, the Constitution have been there for decades. They do not follow the rule of law. That's the bottom line. The victims, they're punished immensely. And the Washington Post in February wrote an article, "You can lose your kids, home, and freedom without ever seeing a lawyer. It's a profound injustice." Well, that happens in family court with attorneys bankrupting you deliberately and taking everything from you that makes life worth living for federal incentive payments, which is fact number 2 on my webpage. It's such a scheme, it's unbelievable. They've collected $616 billion in the last 40 some years, and then the state courts, all of them, turn around and they collect between $1 to $11 in federal incentive reimbursements. They use that money to pay for their social programs entitlements. So the child support payer is used for that purpose, along with defrauding the taxpayers.
Well,
do the math on that.
I mean, it sounds like there are so many parallels with the guardianship issue.
Yes.
So I'm going to come back to you after we go through this first round of questions to get some more advice. But I want to thank you. And so, first of all, sorry that this has happened to you. And thank you for sharing that for all of us who are focused on guardianship in terms of seniors. We now can see there are parallels in the overall equity court system. I want to go to Jody. And because Jody's experience is also in Michigan, and you're the host of Michigan Probate Radio, and ran for state representative in 2018, and yours is really a story about retaliation, and so explain to us, why have you been attacked by the legal system?
Probably because I had experienced attorneys who filed multiple appeals that were dismissed to hide what the state courts are doing to the family law victims. I was forced into this litigation for 15 years. It wasn't something that I wanted. There was no property settlement. I had my daughter prior to entering the court. They entered a fraudulent settlement agreement, not once, but 3 times, an original and 2 amendments by attorneys. That's what they do to you. And there's no recourse. There's no remedy at law. I want to make that clear. There's still 2 motions in my case under advisement, and I cannot find a civil rights attorney to sue the US government for failing to protect my rights and property and the state for what they did to me. I have reached out to many congressional representatives, senators. They all know, yet they don't respond.
Wow. Well, again, let's come back to the solutions in a moment. And thank you for that, because again, I know, Jody, there are parallels. So share, Jody, about the retaliation that you're experiencing right now.
Well, I must say sometimes God uses one of his own children who he equips with some basic lawful knowledge for situations like a probate court venue to take on a burden of emotional distress. Because unfortunately, in today's climate, our Michigan courts are causing some very unnecessary emotional burdens for our fellow neighbors. The climate is truly pure greed and power, as so many families are being harmed and are crying out for indictments for these white collar criminals. As the winning primary legislative candidate for 2018 general election to work at the state level as one of the 110 state reps, I was assaulted from behind by a court deputy as I was leaving the courthouse without an incident report on a probate judge that likes to threaten me for my actions of reporting his judicial misconduct, as he clearly shows favor to his court insiders. I was put into a jail cell as this Oakland County probate judge felt he could chastise me for exposing the negative climate of his officers of the court. The probate judge was not having a good day on September 13th, 2018, as he had found out that the Court of Appeals judges reported that I get to say his name because it's a public record, Judge O'Brien erred in his legal ruling from a year prior. My husband had paid almost $20,000 for a Court of Appeals that remanded the judge's wrong ruling to go back to the probate court to be decided by a jury of peers, not by him. The biased probate judge that would not hold his appointee attorneys in contempt of court for their roles of clear financial exploitation and pillaging of my family's estate, with, of course, their egregious legal fees. An investigative journalist, she produced a 2019 Fortress report, and she was able to put up the court proceedings of that day that showed my husband requesting to the judge to follow his own court order. The one specific order that was to provide the whereabouts of a missing $1.8 million, as the co-trustees of the estate were not paying the taxes and the association fees of our family's asset. My father-in-law owned a property in Farmington since 1976, and he never not paid his property taxes. And yet a nefarious law firm and some newly licensed attorney was able to use undue influence to change a will and never take seriously my father-in-law's final wish to not waste or dissipate his assets. He had 5 sons and wanted each one of those 5 boys to have every 5th brick of his legacy. The legacy this family grew together under the family business called FDC. How the insiders could be put into a legal position to abuse the probate system wasn't revealed to us until we picked up Dr. Sam Sugar, called The Perfect Crime. And when it was published in May of 28, it was not soon enough, but my husband Jeff and I read the chapters and we were shocked that the elements of the crime were in his chapters. We never, ever believed that professionals who take an oath of office under a code of conduct would destroy families and create such emotional chaos and confusion. It's just so un-American. My husband's probate jury trial was scheduled for August in 2019, just days after I served 33 days in jail, maximum security, for frivolous felony charges of resisting arrest of a 6'5" deputy that rushed me in front of my husband, tackled me, made sure he pinched my arm, and he detained me on a bench with a handcuff on my left wrist. And then he made sure, he says, "I'm gonna make sure something sticks." And so this team of sheriffs rushed to the media center to steal all the video footage from the multiple cameras that showed the assault, and also showed the judge and the deputy on their way to the chief judge to get me locked up in a mental facility. The deputy tried to say that I was having a psychotic episode, but thank God the EMS worker said, "Oh, no way. We are not playing that game with this sheriff department." So the judges had to find a different way to protect their aggressive court deputy by having a high-profile homicide prosecuting attorney team charge me with frivolous felonies to place restrictions and limitations on me. They didn't want me on Facebook. They don't want me court watching. They don't even want to see my face at the probate counter for fear that I will uncover more wrongdoings. They know that I'm a lawful, legal, and compliant citizen. I did win 32% of my votes in my district. I have every right to protect and preserve due process and the judicial canons of our courts, both as a citizen and as a second place legislative candidate. Since my arrest, I've continued to help people with the emotional distress of working with probate predators, people who are grieving, who want answers to why attorneys are taking our families to war, as the judicial canons are being ignored. In December, we got Administrative Order 2020-23, where they say that they're telling the judges and the attorney what the role of a professional looks like. Oh, really? The recent battles in our probate war has malpractice attorneys making application to use our probate court as their hired guns. Their ammunition is their connection and ties with the Supreme Court justices. As bar members of our judiciary, has one judge wanting to kick court watchers out of our public probate hearings. A small group of families are still speaking up and speaking out. We have spoke individually and sometimes collectively with multiple elected officials from the Department of the Attorney General, State Court Administrator, County Commissioners, Judiciary Committees for both the Senate and House of Reps, as well as the county executives and the Civil Rights Commission. We even had a 2-hour private meeting with the Supreme Court Justice, and he slightly admitted he knew about the wrongdoings in the probate court. We will continue to bring awareness, education, and training to our fellow neighbors as we wait on the investigative arm of the commissioners for the attorney grievance and the judicial tenure, who are also under the Supreme Court. We want indictments. The people of Michigan deserve better. The people of the United States of America deserve better. And we will not give up the fight to regain law and order in the public's courthouse.
Wow. I mean, it sounds like a war. And you know, I used to work in Hollywood many years ago. I don't think you could write this. Like, you know, it is surreal. And keep up that fight. I'm going to come back to you after I go through the first round to get some advice and maybe some next steps. Right now, I want to go to Hillary, and who is a co-host for the radio show Face Us, Families Against Court Embezzlement Unethical Standards. And Hillary was able to save her father from a guardianship, and now she tries to help others do the same. So Hillary, share with us what happened with your father and your own road to becoming an activist.
Thanks, Terry, and hi, everyone. Thank you for zooming in with us. I really don't want to take too long a time about my story because it's no longer about my father. and my family. It's about people who are living in a fraudulent guardianship as we speak today. Briefly, I'm a native New Yorker. I thought I had seen it all, street smart, from my friend Terry's area in Jamaica, Queens. My father was served with an ex parte filing claiming he had advanced dementia. He couldn't toilet himself, he couldn't feed himself, which were all fabrications. And I always thought that no one could get over my family. You know, we had seen it all, but again, we had no idea what the probate courts were. My dad was doing quite well financially. He was left with $1 in his pocket. Long story short, it ended out that I started researching, and in the end, my father and I signed a bogus settlement agreement, and we have hit the lottery. I never really had a purpose in my life, but seeing what is happening in the probate guardianship courts, basically I have left my job, and 24 hours a day, well, okay, I'm lying, maybe about 8-10 hours a day, 7 days a week, all I do is research. So if I could move it a little bit away from me, and if I could read just a letter that was written from a ward of the state of Florida. And I've changed the names to protect the innocent, because every ward of whatever state it is, they've committed no crime. So my name is John Smith. I've been part of this guardianship case since March of 2020, and yet I still have not been able to tell the truth of what's going on. I want to make it clear, my wife and I had an estate plan and advance directives, and we want them followed. I've told everyone from the start, and no one has listened to me. We worked, my wife and I, our entire lives, and don't believe that a court should have any say in my finances or how I live out the remainder of my 93 years on this earth. I have been dragged through the mud regarding my capacity, and I am upset with the court for putting me through this. I fought in World War II and Korea for my rights and yours. I deserve to keep them all. I want my daughter to keep taking care of me and paying my bills. She has done nothing wrong, and you have had this report about my capacity since December. This case should have been dismissed, and all of these false accusations I am very upset about. I just lost my wife of 60 years and then had to deal with this, and it's completely unfounded and unacceptable. We live in America, and I deserve to have my rights respected. And in fact, especially when there is a plan in place that my wife and I had put in writing. I cannot believe that a year of my life has been wasted, and that the parties and the court have justified putting me, a 93-year-old man, through this. Please give me my rights back. I've committed absolutely no crime.
Wow.
This, my friends, is why I do what I do 7 days a week, because this should not be happening in America. Thank you so much.
Well, and what he wrote in there in terms of a year of my life has been taken. So my mother the other day, commented on this, that we have all of this pain and the horrors, but what we don't talk about also is the life energy that is stolen from each and every one of us fighting, where we could be using our creative energy on other things that are life affirming, that are, and so that's very powerful to hear a 93-year-old, particularly in the winter years of your life.
Right, and if I could interrupt you, I will let you know that this gentleman from Florida was just put into a guardianship of the property not even a month ago. And again, it is absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. He has a daughter that has devoted her life to her mother and her father. And And the person that it's all about and supposed to be in the best interest of the potential, alleged incapacitated person, their appearance in court is waived. They cannot speak to the judge and voice their wants and needs. I mean, honestly, again, it's beyond barbaric, and you could not, unless you've been thrust into this sort of nightmare, the average American could not believe that this is actually happening, and it is. And I will just, again, I'll let you go to the next person, Terry, and the next try, I will give my phone number, and if there are any victims, if they'd like to reach out to me, I'd love to talk to you and do what I possibly could. We've been lucky this year, and Mr. Black can attest to this. In Florida, we've gotten, with the help of Vito Ropo and attorney Leslie Federicos, we've got about maybe 5 people out of for-profit corrupt guardianships in the state of Florida, which is really unheard of because most people die in guardianship. So there is a light at the end of the tunnel, but this is our call to action. We've got to do more. So thank you.
Thank you, Hillary, for everything you do. So let's go to Beverly Newman. And so Al Katz, a Holocaust survivor of 7 years enslaved labor, and Dr. Beverly Newman's dad was miraculously saved from his life ending in guardianship in an abusive Florida nursing home. And upon his release, he had to relearn how to walk, talk, and eat, which he was blessed to do with his daughter's 24/7 care as his familial guardian of the person. So Beverly, how did your father get entrapped, first of all, and then what were the challenges in transitioning from isolation back to liberation? We don't often talk about that piece of the puzzle. Is Beverly here? I think we lost Beverly.
Yeah, I don't see Beverly on with us, Terry.
Okay, so we'll see if Beverly comes back. I thought it was just my view that I couldn't see everyone. So in the meantime, let's go to Marcy. And where are you, Marcy? Are you there?
I'm here.
There you are. Okay, just want to make sure. And so Marcy, another co-host of Face Us Radio, and you were seeking to protect your mother in Florida. Once again, Florida is a hotspot, and now you can't even see her. So Marcy and I have a little deal that we're going to go real back and forth, and I'll interrupt perhaps. I'm not being rude. She's given me permission. And so first, how did it begin? And then how did the guardianship turn against you?
Okay, first I want to thank everyone, and you and Dr. Sugar and my angel Hillary Katz for always being there and being so supportive. How it started, something went wrong. My mother, only daughter, next of kin, tried 7 years to have me, always lived in Broward, near me. Started display memory loss, confusion, psychosis. So I took her to her regular doctor. He performed a mini assessment, and he suggested she see a neurologist for an evaluation and a CAT scan, right? Well, my mother got really mad, of course, because she was already displaying all those behaviors. And all of a sudden, she stopped going to him. I called him up to tell him she didn't want to do it. So he suggested that I seek counseling with the Alzheimer's Association. And maybe somehow with them, they can get my mother to get evaluated. Well, we tried that, and the Alzheimer's Association said that my mother really needed of course, a neurological evaluation, a CAT scan, or if she was speaking to a psychiatrist, so she could get evaluated. And when all failed, because my mother didn't want to do it, they said, well, then maybe you should seek guardianship as a last resource. But
now,
you should...
let me stop you just right there. And I say, so I just want to bring out this point that we talked before this, but for everyone, that oftentimes a senior may not want to acknowledge that something is going wrong, and that's a tough conversation to have with a loved one, and there might be a little battle there. And so I just want to highlight that, and that's what happened. And then you're like, okay, now what do I do? And so go on.
So I seek guardianship with the hopes to protect my mother medically, and she was also at risk of exploitation. But I went very blindly. I thought when you go to court, it's to protect and help you protect your elderly parent displaying confusion and all of the above. So the courts appointed three um, examining committee members, one being a psychiatrist, Dr. Vallejo, whom I felt very comfortable with because number one, is a medical doctor, is a psychiatrist, and number two, because he speaks Spanish and there would not be any miscommunication with an interpreter with showing my mother's conditions.
And then can
Um,
I stop you there? Again, Marcy's
thank you. I love it.
given me permission to do this. So,
Yes.
and so just to highlight again, if there are other languages that are involved, that's another issue. Again, tomorrow we're talking about reform, but where the senior might be more comfortable speaking in Spanish, or speaking in French or whatever it is. And that's something we have to pay attention to. So go on.
Yes, and that's a very good point because I've always wanted for my mother to feel protected, to feel safe, and to be very fair for her and everyone concerned. Again, the doctor, there were two more court appointed committee. They all said the same. Dr. Vallejo's diagnostics, my mother was not to make independent decisions. She warranted a neurological evaluation and memory clinic. Well, then a court appointed was appointed to protect my mother or to represent my mother.
So an
Not
attorney, a court attorney.
The court appointed attorney. And that's when problems began to happen. The court appointed attorney immediately sided with the two distant grandchildren that were never around, one of them being a cop, and took the opportunity and prepared a durable power of attorney and healthcare surrogate in favor of the two grandchildren that were never around, and dismissing the Dr. Vallejo's reports and the other two.
So I'm going to stop you there. Again, we agreed to
Thank you.
So,
Okay.
and so what often happens, and so that's a good example for people who are not familiar, is that the court will take any opportunity to maneuver the situation in its own favor. And that's what it sounds like the court appointed attorney was doing. So go on.
Yes. So we went to the first magistrate hearing, and that court appointed attorney, and my attorney that I had at the time, because I went through a few till I went pro se, notified the niece and nephew that I was going for the incapacitation hearing, and they were there. But at that moment, the court appointed attorney, I feel being biased and not representing my mother, prepared the durable power of attorney and healthcare surrogate during incapacitation. And this Judge Methalis said, no, they are totally invalid. She's under incapacitation, and here are the reports. And told the court appointed attorney to remember that she was to represent my mother, not the grandchildren. And if the grandchildren wanted to go for guardianship, they needed to pay for their own attorney and hire their own attorney. And that attorney went from one ear into the next and did what she pleased.
Now, so what is very interesting in your case is that they ended up putting your mother in a limited guardianship for the property, but not for her person. But yeah,
Exactly.
but still, you can't see her. So explain that a little bit.
Okay, so I've been fighting this since 2011. This court-appointed attorney waited to 2012 in front of another judge, and the problems arose when the limited co-guardians, higher than their own attorney, being paid by my mother's estate, guardianship funds, and prepare a limited, file a petition for limited guardianship of the property. And that same court-appointed attorney took the initial power of attorney and healthcare surrogate documents, presented it to the courts, and she recharged my mother under extraordinary attorney's fees.
So,
And
so where do things stand right now? Because I know you're fighting to see your mother, and you even had to pay to see her. Like, explain that.
okay, so when all this time I thought, this is so wrong that this is going on, how the medical reports are being dismissed, and keeping, of course, if they hiding that my mother is not totally incapacitated, she's not going to get her proper medical attention either. So when this Broward court saw that I was not a dumb blonde, and my mother had been isolated and violations of jurisdictions, he moved the case because they abducted my mother now in 2014. 2015, they sold her property. I still couldn't see my mother. I kept going back to court. All these 6 court orders, 3 judges, and I still cannot see my mother.
Wow. Well, first of all, I'm so sorry because again, isolation is used as a weapon. I'm going to come back to you in terms of the advice and next steps. But I want to go. Did I miss Sharon?
Yeah.
Where's Sharon? Okay. Because my screen was a little off. So, okay, I want to go to you, Sharon, because again, Florida is a hot spot for this type of exploitation. And your mother, was victimized and died under guardianship there. And the guardian in your case was arrested and is awaiting trial, which is rare. And so, give us an overview of what happened, including how you exposed the abuse.
Okay, so I had a time sensitive, I don't know how many times I wrote and rewrote this. It doesn't matter anymore. I'm just going to say, Hillary's right. This shouldn't be going on. My mother's dead. She was one of many, many victims of Tracy Samuel Hudson. And I too was duped. I'll give you just a very short history. I was born and raised in Tampa, Florida. I joined the military. I spent from 1980 until 1995 in Kuwait. I survived a war. I brought 2 little children back to the United States in 95. My mother and I raised those 2 children. And then I had another child in 2000, and my mother helped me raise her. And unfortunately, I had to go to the hospital. I had 3 major surgeries 4 years ago. And while I was in the hospital, I have a brother, unfortunately, addicted to drugs. He had ran through $700,000 of his inheritance. He's just my half brother. And he wasted it all. We let him come back and forth in and out of jail. And I did all this, I maintained. But when I was in the hospital, I was no longer there to protect my mother and my daughter.
I got involved with Child Protective, Elder Affairs. Those are the first two people who let everything go through the cracks. It was a nightmare. The next time I kept on trying to get somebody, and the Largo Police Department and the same, get this, the same adult protective person the year before advised me unknowingly. I thought that the American, hey, you go to court, everything's fair. This is, I could not believe. And then another a victim, Lisa Martino, told me about Dr. Sugar's book, and I read it, and then I'm like, okay, this is unbelievable. And anyway, to make a long story short, my mother was taken out of her home, get this, but not the criminal. I had to go and meet the examining committee because everybody was afraid of the criminal. Get that. Anyway, my mother was taken out of her home instead of the criminal element removed. I was told that she got a new pacemaker, which she didn't get a new pacemaker. She wasn't on any of her medication. It was a total nightmare. I was threatened with jail. They tried to get me fired from my job. I work at United Healthcare. Thank God the attorneys at United Healthcare told Tracy and her attorneys that they would be on the short list if they didn't leave me alone. Like, they would email me and tell me, you have 1 hour to get to the court. Really? I didn't know. I'm not used to being like treated like a criminal, especially when I reached out to all these people for help. It was like, I thought I was in the Twilight Zone. So I went online and I said, if she's doing this to me, and thank God, Florida, everything's public record. I went online, I researched, and I found Lisa Martino. And I said, and I reached out to her, and she was so scared that she actually made me drive an hour to meet her because she didn't know what side of the fence I was coming from. And then we found poor Getty and Getty's great aunt, who also passed away. Lisa Martino hasn't been able to see her father for 4 years. And Getty's aunt died because she didn't want to sell her property over on St. Pete Beach by the Don Cesar. And we all know how pricey. Anyway, to me, it's just unbelievable. We complain to every politician between here and the White House. And this is what all of them said. Oh, everybody pushed the buck. Poor Rick Black and Hillary. I've never, ever, I don't even know how they do this. I'm a nervous wreck right now. I have PSTD, I'm sure.
We all do.
Reading everybody's stories and just listening and the idea that that our people, I don't care about the money. I would give anything to have my mother back. But and now Lisa can't see her dad, and they were drugging him, and these judges are enabling and writing off and signing off everybody. And what? And Tracy was arrested after a year's investigation. And I talked to the investigator on my mother's birthday last year, and I thanked him, and I told him that, I can't have my mom back. My daughter, he lost everything, half of her soul. My son came from Kuwait, and they wouldn't let him see his grandmother. And then he went to her house and he watched Tracy's minions throw all of our personal, sentimental. It's just unbelievable. And I hope that I can retire pretty soon so I can help Rick Black and Hillary. I feel so guilty that I have to work. And I know my job is important for the rest of the American people who need health insurance. And, my job is important right now, especially during COVID. But I just feel guilty sometimes that I can't spend enough time and hours. And I'm so grateful for Dr. Sugar, for all of you people. It's like we're not alone. And I just don't understand how we're supposed to be the best country on earth. Really? Excuse me. Like, I feel like I'm living in Central or South America, and the rebels are in charge. This is crazy. And these are people that swore and signed oaths, I mean, it's just crazy. And I'm sorry, I didn't even read what I wrote, and I spent like 16 hours on it.
We love you,
Oh,
Sharon.
actually,
Like, I I don't even know what to say anymore. It's just awful.
Mhm.
it's good to hear it from the heart. I mean, and it's, and again, we are all so sorry this happened to you.
Thank you for your yoga. That got me through a lot. No, I'm not kidding. I learned yoga in the hospital so I could get off pain medication. And I have to do it all the time because, you know, when you're raised with somebody, and we went to church, and after church, we had to go visit the old people from the age of like 9 and 10. I've always respected. I used to drive 5 hours to give my grandmother a shower because she wouldn't let anybody else touch her when she had Alzheimer's. I mean, when you're raised with such reverence and respect for your elders, and then you watch people just treat them like a debit card, or I can't even imagine. And they're so, my mother used to look at me and say, "Can I go home?"
Oh.
And it was hard, but I never told her what was going on because I didn't want her last idea to be that people were so cruel and inhumane.
Right. Thank
I
you.
didn't want
Yeah.
that to be her last thing, that, you know, like
Right.
her life meant nothing to anybody.
No, her life means, her life matters. And so thank you for sharing that. And
Thank you,
again,
Sharon.
I'll come back to get some advice. I don't know if Beverly is here, but I'll take a moment and share my aunt's story. And so let's be clear that you don't have to be incapacitated for this to happen to you.
Mhm.
And so for the people listening who are new to this, the guardianship system is predatory. And so my aunt, Dr. Lily Sykes White, was entrapped in a fraudulent guardianship in Florida, a hotspot, for 8 years. That was 8 years of all of our lives. And she was isolated for 4 years until she died a few months ago. And the case was instigated by a family friend and the estranged granddaughter who had just filed bankruptcy. And now none of us actually know this granddaughter. She may not even be blood related. That's a whole other backstory. But she put her name on the trust accounts without my aunt knowing. And when Aunt Lily discovered it, she took her out of the revocable living trust. Now, any of you who've seen the videos of my aunt, you know she's very opinionated. You can go to elderdignity.org. You can actually hear her speak about this. And so she took her out of the trust. This was after a judge said there was no need for guardianship. And it was before any incapacity ruling. So it should have just been a simple trust issue. But as retaliation, the granddaughter and her team of attorneys launched a multi-year campaign to strip my aunt of her rights. And so they used the guardianship laws as a weapon to control her $4 million estate. But what they didn't anticipate was how vocal Aunt Lily was. And so when the case was in Orange County, she testified in front of the judge. And she said, well, if I need to have a guardian, I want my sister, my mother, as guardian. And then she said, okay, if I need a trustee, I want my sister. And so they didn't anticipate that. And the Orange County court named my mother guardian and trustee. But then the case was moved to Flagler County. And so this is a thing where the counties matter. Because Flagler County is a smaller county. It has a reputation for being corrupt. It's also quite racist, I should say, but just our experience. And so under this particular judge, everything went a different way. She dismissed the Orange County rulings, and they happened to be two African-American judges who wanted to hear my aunt's voice. But when it went to Flagler, she didn't want to hear from my aunt at all. And so she dismissed my mother without a hearing and appointed her own 3 people: an emergency temporary guardian, an attorney, and the guardian ad litem. So now there are 7 attorneys trying to get the estate. with a judge signing off on everything. And so it was rigged. It was done. We didn't really realize this. We didn't know about Dr. Sugar's book, but the thing that happened, and this is the thing that Carrie Kaysen was talking earlier about the media, that I found an article online right at that point. And I started to learn that this was a racket. We had no idea. And then within, say, days of us realizing that, Aunt Lily was gone. They abducted her. And because she was too vocal, and my sister took her to the doctor, they called my sister in the other room to fill out papers. Sheila came out, Aunt Lily was gone. She didn't leave that day with a suitcase. And she went just to go to the doctor's office. She never returned home. And they hid her for 2 years. We didn't know where she was. And through private investigators, we found her. And then when we got in to see her without them knowing, we have on video her saying, of course I want my family. No, they didn't tell me they sold my home. All of these different things. And it didn't matter. The court did not want to hear her voice. And so finally, with her isolated, they removed my mother for illness because her blood pressure went up. That's not a valid legal reason. They voided the estate plan. They liquidated the assets. All the things we're talking about. And the big point in it is that they isolated Aunt Lily for 4 years with no contact with 50 family members, her sister and all the nieces and nephews. And during that time, one of the key issues for me in all of this is the attorney's license to lie. And so despite the court record in Orange County that showed that it was a fraudulent guardianship, in Flagler County, it didn't matter. And so that's one of the issues we have to deal with. And the second issue for me is the ability to put someone under guardianship when they actually have capacity. Now, how that happened with my aunt is that the evaluator says she was paranoid because she says people are stealing her money. And that was true. And so there's a pattern and practice across the country of this happening, where there is an uneven application of the law. And so I want to now get off of our case and go back to our other panelists. Now I want to find out, did Beverly ever come back on? Because I don't want to not hear her voice, but I don't see her. Okay, so let's go back to Christine. And are you there, Christine? So unmute yourself. And I want to, for a moment, hear about your advice and your kind of next steps for people who are listening to this. They might be new to the horrors. What would you offer to them to not get trapped, or to at least have their eyes open?
Okay, I am going to say this. There is no remedy at law. There's no recourse. This is organized crime. United States should be charged with crimes against humanity, financial crimes, and domestic terrorism that it inflicts upon its citizens. And I'm going to read what a former lawyer activist said so you understand this. Family court is a corporate crime ring raiding parents and children of financial and psychological well-being. In a lawsuit, he said divorce lawyers illegally conspire with judges to steal from parents as part of a racketeering criminal enterprise. And it's not just divorce lawyers, it's judges as judicial administrators, psychologists, cops, and prosecutors, people we should be able to trust in a modern day criminal cabal using our county courtrooms and sheriff deputies as machinery of organized crime, period. It's organized crime. The entire legal system must have an accountability act. No amendments, no bills. They do not enforce our rights. It's a complete deprivation of any and all rights. They're in violation of human rights treaties. it may have to go to the United Nations for a statement to be made because there's no remedy. They bankrupt you deliberately. These are uniquely talented civil right and human right violators who know exactly what they're doing in their hidden courtrooms. It's like being in a war, except they don't kill you. The government has figured out we are nothing more than products and commodities worth billions of dollars. Well, the taxpayers are footing the bill for this organized crime in America's legal system. It will not change with reform efforts. It's well intended to have amendments and bills, but they don't follow the law. That's the problem.
And
And
that,
in the case, multiple appeals, all denied, 2 motions under advisement, and a non-consented to settlement agreement, depriving me of my only right, my natural right to my daughter, that they took away from me. It's egregious failure of the United States Constitution and statutory right violations. It's deliberate and willful. And in the attorney malpractice trial, people don't understand this. I won 220,000. The trial cost in excess of 250,000. The appeals court reversed it. The attorney illegally liquidated 80,000 from my individual retirement accounts. There's absolutely no remedy at law. These people are what I believe legalized criminals, organized crime. It's all for the federal incentive payment reimbursements, the billions of dollars each state gets for the child support that they collect. It's a fraud upon society. It has been, and they all know it. They're child stealing. They use our children as prey, hold a parent hostage. I had 4 bench warrants. They subjected my life to risk. I had black SUVs chase me. I had bounty hunters looking for me. They couldn't find me. These people, I could have ended up like Walter Scott, who was shot dead in South Carolina for a child support warrant. Even though there's no debtors' prisons in America, this is all about debt money. It's a $50 billion extortion racket ring for attorneys. They all.
well, you bring up such important points in the sense that it is organized, that there's no recourse,
None.
that it is pervasive in the equity court system. So again, you're dealing with child, custody, marriage, but family court and guardianship. And so thank you for laying that groundwork. As we get to the other pieces of advice, is that's the groundwork of what we're dealing with is
Exactly.
organized crime. So Jody, then, thank you, Christine. So Jody, with that backdrop that Christine gave us, what advice do you have, or what are the next steps from your realm?
Well, as the host and producer of Michigan Probate Radio, just started up this year every Tuesday night. Thank you to all my friends on Face Us who supports you to do this. And Rick Black and Sam, there's so much encouragement. Christina, Gretchen, I mean, there's just so many people that are helping one another because it is very stressful. But what we're trying to do is we're trying to bring awareness and education to the Devils in the Courtroom series. And it airs on the Blog Talk Radio platform. And on this show, we bring the current cases on the radio. We're not, we want to keep talking about the stuff that's happening today as we follow the stories also of our Michigan families, because we notice a lot of the stories, the reporters come out and talk, but then they drop us like hot potatoes. So we compare our courtrooms with the new movie Netflix that just produced called I Care a Lot, where we have many Michigan attorneys loving the cash cow business that currently lacks any legislative or judiciary investigation. So I'm hoping with the radio show, it's just a small step to help expose the wrongdoings of a group of professionals who can go to law school, can take thousands of dollars in legal fees, and then can lose your case without any consequences. So as we continue to bring the awareness of the criminal acts in probate court, we are demanding access 24/7 to courtroom cameras throughout the courthouses. We want better educated court workers. who understand the importance of what due process is don't say, oh, we don't know anything. No, you should know. You work for the courts. You know the set of probate procedures that need to be put out to cater to these emotionally distressed families who deserve a fair and just probate system. We are the professionals. We are the public servants. Lastly, we are continuing to expect the judiciary commissions that are set up through our state constitution to do their job. They need to be investigating these criminal acts of these nefarious attorneys so that the state legislators can create the resolutions to remove the judges for reasonable cause when they abuse or violate their judicial canons. I might be in heaven, I might be thinking outside the box, but I think it's still possible because in 2021, we the people can expect excellence from these privileged citizens who went to law school to serve as an officer of the court. No legislator or candidate should ever be abused for caring about our courts, where we need better court administrators to oversee and stop the abuse of these legal professionals and the ranting judges. So help us God that no other court watcher will ever be, a court worker can ever push an emergency button, which is what they did to me, to set me up so that I can't tell the truth. And I want to roll my cameras 24/7 in order to protect myself from these courthouse bullies. And I rest my case with the Supreme Court Justices of Michigan, because under the preamble, God sees all, God knows all, and he does have the final say. So help us, God. So again, thank you everybody for sharing your stories. This has been amazing.
Jody, if you could let people know how to listen to your program, there's been a request for that.
Thank you. It's Michigan Probate Radio, and there you can go onto Facebook under Michigan Probate Radio, and then we put a link out on Tuesday for the show. It's Tuesday nights from 7 to 8. And again, if you have a story that you want to be heard, we will not drop you. We will not forget you. We will continue to follow it through. And we are asking more reporters to kind of do the same. So I'm kind of new at this radio show, and we are doing it once a week because we believe if you do something weekly, it will make a difference. And we don't like how these courts take 3 months to get back with you. And time is of the essence when you're dealing in our courts, with our families, with our estates, with our legacies. So let's get back to where we all went to school. The term paper's due in a week. Get it done. Can I have an amen?
Amen. Well, and to that, I mean, I just have to say personally in my aunt's case that for 4 years going to all levels of government, governor down, and they're all saying, oh, she's fine, isolated. And I'm like, she's 88, she's 89, she's 90, she's 91. And so time goes by, and part of the strategy, it's to age them out. Meaning that they're going to die or they're going to lose capacity by keeping them there. So time is absolutely of the essence. And so thank you for your work with the radio show. So Hillary, another radio, person, what advice do you have, and what sort of next steps can you share?
Well, I don't know if I have any advice other than to share what I do on a daily basis. When my father was hustled into the guardianship, I would go to the courthouse every day in Collier County in Naples. And when I would leave, I would give, the probate workers, a dirty look. Finally, the lawyer for the county said, hey, Hillary, you can look at cases at home, just become a registered user. So I became a registered user, and I'm basically a registered user in every county in Florida, and there are a lot. And that gives me access to all court cases. Of course, 2 things, anything with HIPAA, with health and the financials, I can't see, but I can see guardian activity logs. I can see all the petitions, all the orders that the judges sign. I can see the same modus operandi. I can see the same guardians that are really, really neglecting the elderly and the disabled. So many things. I say jokingly, there are 2 things that I like about Florida: free refills on soda and open records. And that is where I am today. And every single county I look in and I do research, And it's twofold. One is to gain access on what's going on. Number two is to locate victims, maybe family members who think that guardianship is still good and haven't done their research, to notify them that guardianship is the last thing anyone should think about, and for them to file a voluntary dismissal. And also to reach victims like Jan Garwood, who we, Rick and I and people in Florida, helped free from guardianship. And so I'd like to leave it by reading another letter from a ward of the state of Florida. I will give my phone number before I do so. Again, my name is Miss Hogue, H-O-G-U-E. My phone number is 239-682-4249. And I'm really glad to be here. And again, this should not be going on. It should not be going on. And my father's really lucky. He just turned 90 a week ago, and he's in his bedroom and lives with my 11-year-old and my 15-year-old children. And again, we have won the lottery, and we are forever ever grateful. And I could have gone back to a normal life, but that is not an option. I am here so that no one else can go through what people in guardianship are going through today. And for the people like Terry's aunt, who died in a fraudulent guardianship, to give her peace. So this letter, again, I've changed the names to protect the innocent wards, and it's not a long one. It was filed September of 2020. Your Honor, I am requesting to have my rights restored. I lived at our home in Treasure Island with 24/7 assistance since June 2019. Prior to that, I was in an assisted living. I do not need constant care. In actuality, I only need help with housework. I am happy with my current arrangement. However, this is fiscally unsustainable. My husband, who was also put into guardianship, it was a BOGO, buy one, get one free. However, my husband is in an ALF. He's in good health, and we had hoped for him to join me at home. He petitioned the court for such an arrangement, but nothing has changed. He should be at home with me to optimize our quality of life. During the COVID pandemic, this also becomes a safety issue. He would be much better off at home, self-quarantined, with far superior care than he currently receives. Apparently, Your Honor, this will not happen. Therefore, I'm asking for my rights back. I am easily the most capable of handling my own affairs. I am mentally and physically able. Under the current situation, our finances are being drained, an ALF and a household expenses. One of our 4 homes was sold far below market value in 2019 and subsequently resold for over double in less than a few months. We also have a home, a condo on Reddington Beach. Since 2019, I have requested to visit. Last month, I was finally allowed to visit. The condo has fallen into disrepair, full of mold, AC not running. I am sure the plan is for the guardian, with the court approval, is to sell the property far under market value. Please stop the further sale of our assets. We wish to use the condo as rental property and perhaps move in the future. Please release me. I have committed no crime, and I deserve to have my rights restored. Thank you for your consideration. So again, these are people who are in guardianship who have no capacities, but they are being kept in fraudulent guardianships because they are someone else's way of making money. And again, this is what we do. This is what Rick Black, Kerry Kasem, and all the advocates, and again, I've devoted my life to this cause, and I'm really glad to be here and to do the research that I do. Thank you.
Thank you. And for those listening, again, to be able to go in yourself and research is power in your hands. The only way,
without a doubt.
without a doubt, and I'll tell you, the way we found out Aunt Lily died 2 weeks after she died was through an advocate who researched through the court.
Mhm.
That the attorneys didn't even tell us she died. But Yolanda Bell, and I must thank Yolanda, I don't know if she's here or listening, but she found out by researching the court records that my aunt had died. We would not have known.
And Terry, and I love you so much, Terry. And Terry's talk about a class act. She never goes crazy. Yes, she's even keeled, and she has gone to Tallahassee with us. And this is a call to action right now. I will get a little heated now. This is a call to action. And I'm going to speak for my state right now, Florida. It's very easy to like things on Facebook, to make comments, but that is, and just being, saying they're going to do things. But we need people to walk the walk and not talk the talk. Actions speak louder than words. We need to go to Tallahassee, a group of us. We need to do more than what we're doing now. And I take great pride in people calling me up and say, Hillary, my mother's been just put into a fraudulent guardianship. Do you have the password for, Broward? And I'm like, I got it. Here it is. Use it, because knowledge is power.
Right. And there's power in numbers. So thank
Yes.
you. So Sharon, any last, words of advice?
Everybody touched a little bit on everything. I think that the research is unbelievable if you're able. I know that some places you can't get. I'm very, very sorry that you found out. That's an awful way to find out that your loved one has passed. I am so, so sorry. And I will tell you something, Terry. That's one of the reasons it was so easy for me to leave this great state of Florida. And you were not wrong when you said the good old boys club. It hasn't changed a bit. I'm 61 years old, and I had never in my life did I think that in 2021, we would be back in the 60s. And I am so sorry to everybody that I don't know what happened. This is not how it's supposed to be, but everybody has to research. Everybody has to stick together. We can't attack each other. We can't try to one up each other. Oh, I do this, you don't do that. We all know what our strengths and our weaknesses are. And the greatest thing that we can do for not the ones we know, imagine all the ones we don't even know about. Imagine totally voiceless. But we can keep on and we can try, but we have to stick together. And like Hillary said, Rick Black said it, Terry, I can't wait to read your books. I didn't even know. And I do apologize. Unfortunately, I have to work 50 hours a week. I mean, I couldn't believe my boss actually gave me the tomorrow morning off. She said, there's no way you're going to miss this. And we have a lockdown at work. Nobody's allowed to do anything. You're not even allowed to miss work. So I just think we all have to stick together. And the KSM Cares, I wish there was one of those foundations. I wish we had 50 Rick Blacks. I wish we had 50 Jerrys, 50 Hillarys. All we have to do is try to support each other and not on attack mode. It's not productive. It's very counterproductive. And the way you speak and the way Rick, who everybody will hear shortly, and the way Hillary, you guys are definitely what we need. I'd be more than happy to do research. I'm not a good speaker because I just get too upset. I get too angry and I get too upset, and it is what it is. But anybody wants me to do any research, I'll do hours of it for you. Just tell me what you need. But I'm not a real good speaker. So I apologize for that. But you guys are the good speakers. Just give us little soldiers, little things. We can, we'll help.
it's powerful when you speak from the heart, and that's what you did, and it was just so very powerful. So thank you for that, and we
Well,
will
thank
call on you for research.
you. No,
So
seriously, Hillary knows how good we can dig around that real estate. The whole thing is this is sadly is about money. And
yeah.
it's just unbelievable.
Now, okay, Marcy, before I do, I want to close, and I have a few thoughts on for myself to share. But before I do that, what closing words do you have? Do you want to actually address the audience in Spanish? Because
Um,
we might have some
That's
Spanish
good.
speakers, so that's your option.
well, I would say that I have agreed with each and every one of you, and I have experienced everything that you all have spoken about. Um, I would say, and then I'll do it in Spanish, stay away from probate courts. I have been bullied. Stand up. You have a voice. Make it count. Everybody is entitled due process. Express your rights according to the Constitution of the United States of America, the 14th Amendment, and everywhere I go, I speak and warn them about this organized, legal, systematic abuse, because that is my experience. I have every right to speak my mind, to tell my story, and oppression and bullying, it's not acceptable. And I have feared retaliation, and this is why I have not mentioned the names of all these people that have taken advantage of my mother and all the others because they're vulnerable, because they are Hispanic or African Americans or Jewish. I'm all of the above. Yeah, I'm a mutt. And I gotta say that I'm very proud of every bit of my heritage, and no one should ever be oppressed, mistreated, and make you feel like a criminal because you are protecting your loved one, your vulnerable elderly loved one, or the one, some of my friends with their that I do advocacy work with mental disabilities, and no one deserves this. So stay away from probate. You're entitled to process, and don't give up, and speak your game. And every 10 people, I say 10 people a day, I tell about what I do. I let them know about Dr. Sugar's book, and everyone else. I've been in the radio show since 2017. And so now I'm going to say it in Spanish. I wrote it down. Okay. El sistema de guardianes en las cortes de probate están rotos. Los ancianos han sido explotados, aislados, y muchos han muerto, metidos durmiendo en garajes como mi propia madre, isolados de sus propios hijos, y no es para ningún beneficio del público, y es contra la salud. Este sistema está roto y todos tenemos que trabajar juntos para terminar estos crímenes contra los ancianos.
Okay, está roto. It's broken.
Está roto, broken
Okay.
system.
All right. Well, thank you for that. And I mean, as we've seen, the equity court abuse takes different forms, but the common theme is abuse of power. through the color of law, which is the guise of legality. And that's perpetrated by court insiders. It might be the attorneys, the professional guardians, and even the judges. And so the term I like to use, and I encourage us to use, it is systemic injustice. It is systemic injustice, with no regard for due process, rules of evidence. From a historical standpoint, the probate court that adjudicated turning living human beings into pieces of property, i.e., slavery, has created a new form of slavery, and it's called adult guardianship. And it violates our civil rights, it violates our constitutional rights, and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And we can do better as a nation. So, my closing, I want to share with you what we all know, it's shared history. But in 1961, President John F. Kennedy challenged the United States to land a man on the moon. And in his 1962 speech, he said, "We choose to go to the moon in this decade and to do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard, because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills, because that challenge is one that we are willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone." And so that was an audacious goal to land a man on the moon. It organized our energy force. And even though JFK was assassinated in 1963, on July 20th, 1969, two American astronauts walked on the moon. So, in the wellness world, which is what I'm in, I support the global wellness moonshot, which is a world free of preventable disease. So my question for all of us, I know tomorrow we're going into reform, is how do we apply this moonshot thinking to transform the guardianship and equity court system? Like, what is our moonshot? And perhaps it's a world free of adult guardianships, or maybe it's a new kind of equity court with more citizen oversight. Personally, I believe that we can create a technology enabled, I used to come from the tech world, so a technology enabled supported decision making model that can increase transparency, accountability, and humanity so that our seniors can thrive. Perhaps that's it, but it's something we should agree on. And we're beyond wordsmithing legislation. Legislation is important, but the question is, what is that larger organizing goal? And as Dr. Sugar put forth, this is a public health crisis, and I agree with that. And I believe that it's also it's a human rights crisis. So, I look forward to hearing the discussions tonight and tomorrow on reform, and so we don't have to hear any more of these heart-wrenching stories. And I also challenge all of us, our growing national coalition, to come up together with our audacious goal. What is our moonshot? And so thank you to our panelists, and to our host, Dr. Sugar. And I look forward to Rick Black now.
Right, and thank you, Terry.
Thank you, Terry.
Thank you very much, Terry. That was really wonderful, and we all appreciate it. You mentioned something about the moonshot, and tomorrow in my presentation, I'm going to refer to the fact that the second man to walk on the moon, Buzz Aldrin, was this close to becoming a ward of the state simply because there was family dysfunction between himself and his children. It's a story that I'll embellish tomorrow. And it's really a very sad state of affairs when we even consider taking a revered, beloved national icon, world icon, and treating him like garbage. He barely escaped, and I'll go into some of the details tomorrow. I thank everyone on the panel. If you could mute yourselves now, we're going to move on. We're doing wonderfully on time. In fact, we're a little ahead of schedule. And I want to take this opportunity to introduce Sandra Slayton, who's an attorney in Phoenix, in Arizona. She is the founding shareholder of her firm, Horn Slayton PLLC. And with her is a special guest, Sherry Lund, who is the mother of the stepmother of Brad Lund. And I'm going to ask Sandra to begin telling this part of this odyssey. Sandra, please turn on your mic. And Sherry, please unmute yourself.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sugar. It is such a can everybody hear me?
You're good.
Thank you. First of all, there's a disclaimer here. I have a background on my Zoom that has nothing to do with this seminar, nothing to do with what we're talking about, and in no way is it related. It was frozen because my daughter was here because of COVID working remotely, and she had it on for a meeting, and I can't get it off no matter what I do. So please forgive me. I listened with great interest, and it was at times I just wanted to cry, and felt a tremendous sense of camaraderie with everyone that was speaking and telling their story. It reminds me of something that I'm very involved in, which is the Holocaust movement that Steven Spielberg does, and everybody knows this. He says that every single person that was ever involved in the Holocaust, until every single person is dead, must tell their story, and it must tell the world about it. And I take this as a model for all of the things that I care about as far as injustice goes. And this is of course, in my heart and soul, probably will be for the rest of my life. So I love the fact that everybody is speaking out on their story, because if people don't talk about it, the world doesn't know. And we all know what can happen when evil and denials of due process and unjust things happen in our society, but nobody knows. So having said that, let me tell you about Brad Lund's story. Bradford Lund is my client. Bradford Lund first got himself, found himself, I should say, involved in the probate court system in as early as 2009. We have been fighting this case for, I can't even say it, 12 years. He has a twin sister, Michelle Lund, and I won't go into the details of it, but I'll just give you an overview. And they have mirror trusts, and the trustees on this case have their own agenda. Michelle Lund had an aneurysm in 2009, and when she had this aneurysm, the trustees, who are the trustees for both trusts, believed, for whatever reason, that the money was threatened, and if she, God forbid, passed away, then it would all go to Brad and his family. And whether that's true or not is a whole other story. But this was their fear. Because of this, and they started a war. And the war began in California and went into the probate courts there. And just like many other people have described, first of all, they attacked Bradford Lund's father and tried to criminalize him. He was about the greatest guy. He passed away 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago. He's about the greatest guy that ever I was associated with. But the goals were the same as everybody describes. They criminalized and tried to criminalize behavior in everybody's family. So they went to the probate court, told all kinds of lies, and tried and took away his powers of attorney in ex parte hearings, just like everybody else is talking about. And they went after Brad's, I won't call her mother, I'll call her by now his second mother, Sherry Lund, who is here with me. They went after her, told all kinds of lies about her, and in fact, attacked his entire Arizona family. And because of their hostility and all of their breaches of fiduciary duty, in the fall of 2009, through their conspiracy, they aligned themselves with estranged family members, which goes to Dr. Sugar's point and other people's points, dysfunction in families. So they preyed on this. They went to distant, we've heard this theme a lot today, distant, in this case, you know, family members that weren't close with Brad at all, and estranged, and arranged for them to, and were behind the scenes and helping them file a conservatorship, guardianship against Bradford Lund. This was in late 2009. I wasn't representing Mr. Lund at the time, but I represented Bill and Sherry Lund, and Bradford always had his own independent counsel, but we were all on the same team. And the reason Bill and Sherry Lund needed defended is because they were going after the probate court, and everybody was going after them too, of course. But we were all aligned, and everybody had one. So I was part of Bradford Lund's team, and we fought for 8 years until we finally got justice. After a 10-day bench trial, the trial judge entered a long, well-reasoned decision that Mr. Lund did not need a guardian and he did not need a conservator. And of course, the estranged family members with the trustees behind the scenes went all the way up to the Arizona Supreme Court to try to have this thing reversed. And just, I mean, it was really, I would say by the grace of God, but honestly, what's that saying? Have faith and pass the ammunition. Yes, we had to pray a lot, but we literally fought, you know, in our tanks. You know, this was a war, you know, every single moment, every single day, every single week, and every single month, to keep this thing from being reversed. And only because of our incredible legal team, all of us, and the strength of Sherry Lund, who really, and Bill, may his soul rest in peace, and Brad's incredible strength through the bullying that Dr. Sugar and Hillary and Terry and everybody talked about, the bullying and the attempt to criminalize behavior, and the legal briefs, and just the tenacity. We kept this decision. It was a final judgment. It ruled despite hundreds of thousands, probably millions of dollars in legal fees on the other side, to put Bradford Lund in the chains of a guardianship and conservatorship. He absolutely was ruled to be competent, to have capacity, to not need a guardian, to not need a conservator. I will tell you, we had at least 7 or 8 special actions along the way. My former partner was put into chains, talking about criminalization of behavior. You could make a movie of this. Along the way, all of these things that you're describing happened to us. The probate judge tried to get privileged information that we would not give him. And we, in our defense and legal strategy, and the judge brought in a sheriff and put my former legal partner into chains. They took him to a holding cell. This really happened, ladies and gentlemen. Then the judge called me up to the stand and said, "You're going to tell me, Miss Slayton, or we're going to put you in chains." And I put my hands behind my back, and I turned around and I said, Your Honor, I dare you. Put me in chains. I want to be in chains because the world has to know this is outrageous. And I dared him to do it, and he didn't do it. By the end of the hearing, he backed down. He and he we took this up to, he charged us thousands of dollars in sanctions, held us in contempt of court. We took it up to the Arizona Court of Appeals and we were exonerated. And this judge was, I don't know, he was put out to like to be an outfielder in the baseball game and probably had his wrist slapped. But we were exonerated. And after that, things started to get better. And like I said, we ended up winning that case. We thought that with a judgment declaring that Bradford Lund had capacity and was competent, that the issue would be dead. And then in our naivety, all we had to do was go over to California and show the California judge this judgment and have him take judicial notice of it, and that Bradford Lund would get the inheritance that he so rightly deserved from his trust that his mother had intended him to have. And guess what? They wouldn't do it. So we found ourselves in another probate court that was just as bad as Arizona and worse, if you can imagine that. And we have been fighting over there since, Bradford has been fighting over there since about the same time as 2009, but I joined the case in about 2017. And all I can tell you is that one of the probate judges we sued him on civil rights violation. We took him to federal court. It was dismissed on the basis of the Younger Doctrine, and we are in the Ninth Circuit now. And he was very upset about that and retaliated against Brad. And everybody knows that the way you retaliate against the person that is the person of interest in these cases is by going after everybody near and dear to them. So the judge retaliated against Sherry, who is his second mother and his close advisor, and me, because I was such a fighter, and I just wouldn't accept the lack of due process. So he is trying to get my pro hoc vice, because I'm an Arizona lawyer, he's trying to get that taken away. He wrote a 15-page opinion about why that needs to happen. And in that, he's attacking myself and Sherry. So he's going after both of us. And we also went up to the California Court of Appeals, and I have to tell you, they have now refused to give me a pro hoc vice. And we are now in the California Supreme Court. And guess what, folks? I am not going to quit fighting. We are not going to stop fighting until you can't fight anymore. And every one of your stories is just so near and dear to our heart. I agree with Dr. Sugar. I echo what everybody said. We need to this is about the entire probate system being torn apart and revamped so that it is a court of due process, like the criminal court and like the civil court, where you go in and there has to be the rules of evidence and there has to be due process, and you get to appeal decisions in a timely manner, like the appointment of a guardian ad litem, et cetera, et cetera.
Sandy, before we get to Sherry, and I really want to hear from Sherry, can you give me a guess as to how many millions of dollars in legal fees this case has generated in 15 years?
Well, since 2009, but yeah, millions and millions and millions. It is, I'm talking about I'm glad you brought that up because it's the trustees, lawyers that have been able to use Bradford Lund's trust money to give them legal fees. They're not spending any of their own money. So Bradford Lund is having to spend his own money to fight this. And he's fighting, the legal system is permitting, and this is true, ladies and gentlemen, like all of you know, the legal system is permitting his trustees to get their legal fees paid for by his own trust.
We
And
call it
also,
fighting the family with the family's money.
thank you. And I have to tell you, it sounds very impressive. Oh my gosh, you won this corrupt case in Arizona and everything else. But if Bradford Lund had been a person that didn't have the support, not just in money was definitely necessary, but also in just pure solidarity of his family being around him, like we never could have won this case. And
Right.
and we're barely staying above water in California. I mean, I'm an attorney, and I'll turn it over to Sherry in a minute, but I just have to tell you, I have been practicing law for 40 and a half years. I am an AV rated lawyer with a spotless background, okay? Never once have been disciplined, never once had a complaint. And I have to tell you, I find myself now in the California Court of Appeals where they are refusing to give me pro hoc vice because there is no reason. Like they have done this unjustly, and it has to be because we are fighting back. That's the only thing this can be about. It's
And the
tragic.
good news is that as an attorney, you have the ability to fight back. By the time our victims even realize they're in a fight, their money's gone and they have zero chance. Sherry, let's turn to you for a minute. This has had to take a horrific toll on everyone near and dear to you and yourself. Can you talk to us about that?
Well, I'm really happy that you allowed me to speak today because I think it's important to hear the victim's side of it and what it's done to their lives. And I've listened to all the stories today, and I'm sitting here. I'm probably look stressed. I'm having a tough time because what it does to your life, you can never rebuild. You can never get those moments back. You can never repair the damage. And I think that that's one thing that our family has been really touched by this, not only personally, but it's destroyed our family. It's literally took my husband's life. He could not handle the insults, how they attacked him, how they took Brad's sister, Michelle, away from us. She's actually has handlers. They took her away from us, put bodyguards on her for 2.5 years, spending her money, everything they could do to destroy our family right from the beginning. And they knew how important our family was to us, and they knew how close we were. And this is what they count on. They go in for the kill right up front. They disparage and destroy the reputations of the parents, the family members. My husband was Michelle's appointed medical power of attorney. They do everything they can do to destroy that credibility and that link with that person so that the court can justify coming in and appointing their friends of the court. And what we have seen in Arizona and California is that the judges put their team of people together. They have their friends of the court, their doctors, their attorneys, their fiduciaries, the conservators, guardians, guardian ad litems that they appoint to all these cases. And so once it goes to the probate court, we thought that we were going to be protected. We thought, well, all these allegations are lies. The judge will say, show us your proof of all these allegations, or the case is dismissed. And we even asked the court several times, dismiss these false allegations and sanction them for vexatious, filing a vexatious claim. And that's not part of the agenda. The agenda is to appoint, now Brad only had a GAL in Arizona to make sure he got his income, not over his person. Brad was found in 2010 to be competent by a court-appointed doctor. He was found in 2011 to be competent by another court-appointed doctor. They didn't get the answer they wanted in 2010, so they went and appointed another doctor in 2011. So with that being said, once the second doctor said Brad was competent and didn't need a guardian or a conservator, the court allowed this conspiracy to go on because these attorneys were making a fortune. And then you have the bank's attorneys come in. You have a slew of attorneys that get involved. And everybody's billing, and guess where they're billing? Against your estate. But Brad was having to foot his own defense. And so many times we ask, please make the trustees allow Brad to use his trust money to defend himself. No. So what they try to do is they try to break you emotionally, financially, spiritually. They like they did with Bill and I and my daughters they made up lies. We must be doing all these bad things. We must be drugging him. We must be stealing from
Yeah,
him.
and you're guilty till proven innocent.
And we did, Dr. Sugar. We had to defend ourselves. We had to prove we weren't doing that. We had GALs in our home. We had investigators in our homes. They subpoenaed all of our financial records, our personal financial records. And we were able to prove by the experts that we did not take one penny of Brad's money. In fact, my husband had made him millions and millions of dollars on his investments. But what it did, I saw it doing to my family is what we all see. And it's devastating. It was devastating more so for me because I'm such a fighter and such an advocate. And during the time we were going to court in Arizona, people would show up in our courtroom and they would come up to me outside the court and say, Mrs. Lund, we're a victim of the court, the probate court. Is there anything you can tell us or help us with? And here I was in the midst of being traumatized myself, dealing with my husband with his health problems, dealing with trying to keep my own family together. And my heart went out and I started going to court with some of these victims and listening and taking notes. And I would come home and tell my husband, Bill, these people are being violated. Their problems are where the trust companies won't give them accountings of what's being spent out of their own trust for the attorneys and for to the guardians. And so what we did was I went to Sandra Slayton, who's been a friend of mine for 25 years. And I said, I want to do some probate reform work at the legislature. So we wrote the laws that we presented through a state representative friend of ours to the legislature. It was a long process at first, but I was told you can only put one change in your bill at a time. And I said, no, I'm putting 11. I'm not accepting that. Well, I don't want to do this and take one issue at a time. So we were able to get several new laws passed that protected other families, had nothing to do with our situation. But in the process, I learned how the court really operates. And I saw it over and over and over again. The pattern and practice of abuse was just repeated in every case.
We call it the Guardian playbook.
Yes. And it truly is. And what we saw too was that the problem starts on the bench, that the judges are not following the laws, they're not following statutes, they're not looking at people's constitutional rights that are being violated, their due process that's being violated. They're making decisions without even asking the proposed ward or the person of interest, what do you want? They're not looking at people's directives. They're not looking at their wills, their trusts, their medical directives, their powers of attorney. To me, these are the first things they should be looking at. Because when they were asking Brad, if you needed a guardian or conservator, who would it be? My parents and my sisters. They don't want to hear that. They don't want anybody in your family around. They want to eliminate the family. So what we did was we've just been fighting this for over, like Sandy said, it's been about 12 years. And I decided many years ago when we were fighting for the probate reform work in 2010, we got these bills signed off by the governor in 2011. I started a group called Citizens for Number 4 Clean Courts AZ for Arizona. And now we've expanded that to the USA, because what we have seen and what we get calls all the time. We get calls from victims. I get emails. For me, just encouraging them to fight back and don't give up, because that's the agenda, is to get you to give up and just become very submissive and go away. Don't fight for your parents. Don't fight for your children. Don't fight the court. And if you do fight the court, you will be punished. That's a given. So we do need to change the dynamics of what is going on in our country. We need people in each state to, some of these organizations are great organizations doing great work, helping a lot of people, being advocates, counselors, showing up for people like Casey said. I do that, Sandy does that. We do a lot of work with victims. But we need people in each state and I've even offered, we've written the bills before. Let's write these bills, for instance, in California. If a GAL is appointed like it was to Brad's cases, we've just gotten her removed recently, which is a violation of his rights. That we found out wasn't even appealable in California. So any law that violates someone's due process should never be an unappealable law.
And we're going to focus on some of those issues in tomorrow's session, which I remind everybody starts at 9 a.m. And what I'm hoping, Sherry, is that what you're describing and that what you're striving for is something that will happen in my lifetime. And that is a coalition of organizations and leaders who come together in a common purpose to do one thing, just one thing, and that's to bring justice to the courts, to hold the courts accountable for their actions so that innocent people like Brad, like my loved one who died in a guardianship, and who everybody here, like Terry's aunt, and don't have to do that again, don't have to suffer through that again. Your words have been words of amazing courage and even comfort to me, at least, because I know there are kindred souls and like-minded spirits out there that I didn't know about before. I know you've brought in some heavy hitters like Lanny Davis to work with you, and I am hopeful that your hard work and your efforts will be rewarded, and we can all take pride in making change in this horrific, horrible system. Thank you, Sandy, and thank you.
Can I
Yeah,
say one more thing?
yeah,
And
sure.
let me say one more thing. It doesn't matter what your political persuasion is, but the deceased John Lewis said it the best, and I want to make it my saying for the rest of my life. This is good trouble. Okay?
Mhm.
Good trouble. So everybody that's fighting, it's okay. Like I'm in trouble right now, right? Doesn't matter. Good trouble because we're fighting for justice. That's the only thing I can say to everybody right now.
And I'll just, you know, unfortunately put in my 2 more cents as I usually do. I agree with you completely. And, you know, I've never been in trouble with the law, but now I have, you know, 2 no trespass orders. I've been sued by the Guardian for libel slander. I got out of a restraining order because the Guardian and Sharon as well got arrested. So, and I'm very proud because they're badges of honor. So yeah, I'm with you. And thank you very much again for doing what you do, ladies.
Thank you all very much. We're going to move ahead now. We're doing pretty well on time. And I'm going to move now to a video. Now, Joanna Bugalis is here with us. Joanna, go ahead and unmute yourself. Joanna is one of our longtime colleagues and friend who's, what time is it in Greece?
It is 3:30 almost in the morning. In the morning.
Joanna has been on our programs before. She's made a very stunning video for us tonight. So I'm going to go directly to that. Then I'll come back to you as soon as we're done, Joanna. Is that all right?
Okay, sure. Thank you.
All right. Just give me a moment. Here we go. Oh, let's see what the problem is here. I'm going to try this again. It worked before, I promise. Screen share. Okay, well, having a little problem here.
Would you like me to resend it?
No, no, it'll take
Okay.
forever to do that. All right, so I'm going to try this one more time. I apologize. Oh, I see what the problem is. It's my
Oh my God, no.
Sam looks frozen.
Sam does look frozen. Oh, good.
I'm back. We had a little internet glitch. I have a feeling it was the thunderstorms. So we'll try this one more time.
What? You want some of these? What is it? No, I'm good. No. I don't care. Let him.
I don't know why this isn't working. Hang on. You know, I always had a nightmare about this, that everything would be going really fine. So what we're going to do is this, Joanna, we'll get to, what? What'd you say? Can you hear me all right?
I think that's Julie Belchi in the background, I hear.
Oh, sorry. I don't have it on mute.
Okay, I'm going to try this one more time. I apologize. It's for a new share. It doesn't, oh, wait a minute. One moment, this might work. And if it doesn't, Joanna, I think we're gonna just go to you directly. Can you show the video on your screen and share your screen? You should be able to. Unmute yourself, hon.
Okay,
So can you share your screen and run the video from your end?
I don't know.
All right.
I have it on, I'm on my phone because my home
Oh,
internet stopped working. So, but I do have it on my Dropbox on my phone. Is there a way I can do that?
no, I don't think so. I apologize. This
I
should
can just,
work.
okay.
Should work. And I don't
Oh,
understand why it isn't. You know what? I'm going to keep trying to do this, and we'll get to the videos a little bit later. I want to go to Tina. Are you there, Tina? You want to unmute yourself? Earlier, you asked me if you wanted me to play your video or if
Yep.
you wanted to play it. You want to play it since I'm having trouble? And you
Sure.
can
Hold
share?
on one second.
Thank God. I'm really I don't understand why this isn't working, but I don't understand how probate court works either. So Tina has prepared a video for us, and she'll screen share from where she is.
You got the video up and yeah. But Dr. Sugar is sharing his screen. Okay.
Sorry, I'm nervous about this.
Don't be.
Video up.
And again, I apologize to our audience. This was
Okay, so push play on the video.
Do I have to hit share screen first?
All right, you can.
Oh, wait a minute. I think I've got it. Just a
Wait,
moment.
got it, I think.
Just a moment. Let's try this. Can you see what's on my screen? Can you see my screen share? No? Okay. All right. Tina, you keep trying it from your end, okay?
Okay. No, can you can do it.
Where's
The video is where is it?
This is very embarrassing and I apologize.
How do I get back here? You do it. I'm super nervous right now. All right, hold on. It's on. Okay, that thing is.
Please be patient with us. We're
Okay.
trying.
Is that
You can see
disconnecting?
your YouTube video if you just want to hit play.
Oh. Okay.
We're looking at it.
All right, 1 second.
Did you say they're looking at it?
You're looking at the video?
Yes.
Okay.
We were somebody just hit something.
Oh, hold on. Ready?
Yep.
Okay. You got a screen share.
Need to get into our. How do I
Go back to the Zoom.
hold on 1 second? We're working on that.
Where's the Zoom?
Does anybody know how to tap dance? No, me neither.
Can you make this smaller?
I know how to cha-cha.
Sing opera.
Sam, can you hear me?
Yes.
Maybe Joanna can start and tell us about
Wait a
what
minute.
happened.
Wait,
All panel. Who can start sharing with someone else is sharing? Who can share with? Okay, you should be able to share your screen now. Okay, and I might be able to do it now. Hold on. There we go. Can you see that?
yes.
All right, here we go.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Oh boy.
May 25th of 2018, there was a knock at our door. There was a woman standing there. I opened the door. She said she was an adult protective service worker. I asked her for her identification. She would not give it to me. Before I could say anything else, she asked me if my father, William Necker, was there. And I asked her what she wanted, and before I could say anything else again, she pushed me to get into our home. She then demanded my father's bank statements, his debit card, and any assets that he had. She interrogated us for 90 minutes in our kitchen and told me that if I called the police, that she was going to have the sheriff come and remove my father from the home, then that she was a Macomb County corrections officer. I was so devastated. I started crying in the kitchen, asking her why is she doing this, who sent her here, and she acted like I didn't even exist. She told me she was going to file for full guardianship of my father. After she left, the first thing I did was call an attorney, and he said, Tina, this doesn't sound like a real person who can just come in your home and, say that they're going to take guardianship of your father. And I told them, no, this is happening. She was very, she was sincere that she was going to take guardianship of him. And she said, call me, and call me for the next couple of weeks, and we'll see if anybody files for a petition for your father. I called him from May 25th of 2018 to June 12th of 2018, and that is when I would learn the Adult Protective Service worker's name was Sessionj Tupper. Then Mrs. Tupper appointed White House Guardian Service to be nominated for to handle my dad's finances, everything about his life, every aspect of his life. White House Guardian Service would be handling it. So I knew that needed to be investigated because this person was going to be in control of my father's financial banking and stuff. So I reached out to a private investigator at that point to investigate.
My name is Timothy Gilbert. I'm a professional licensed investigator with a military background and law enforcement background. In mid-June 2018, I was contracted by Tina, at that time Christina Brockovich, to look into the investigation into her family's home and estate that was apparently being taken over by a guardian or conservator. I was taken back by the information that she had given me, and quite frankly, I didn't believe what she was telling me. So her and I had a long conversation on the information that she had provided, and at that time I knew it was time to move forward with her case to prevail justice for her family. Christina and I had met. We started the investigation on doing background investigations on the individuals that she had supplied and the information that she had. From there, we moved forward with the surveillance investigations and monitoring of these individuals. We did approximately 4 to 5 days of surveillance on one individual, and like we said, we did background information on the other. During the time that we did the surveillance, we discovered between 4 to 5 days that the individual at the time, by the name of Stacy White, was a guardian of over 200 wards. My thoughts is if she had 200 wards, that's a lot of work to be done throughout a day. What I discovered Miss White was actually doing was visiting banks, post offices, casinos, child care centers, malls, fuel stations, and so much more. We developed possibly one ward that she did visit during that time frame, and possibly one other. So over a 4-day period, Miss White had visited 2 wards, possibly during that time frame. That really res flagged to me and Tina at the time. So after surveillance had concluded, and we developed all the information about Miss White and what her activities were throughout those days, we turned those over to Miss Lindsay at the time. And her and I discussed a game plan going forward. We continued to monitor Miss White on her daily activities to discover what it was that she was actually doing. Most of the days was not visiting wards, but engaged in her own entertainment. So months later, after I dealt with Mrs. Lindsay's case, I discovered how much more work had to be done. Tina and I sat down and discussed a method and a madness to how to go about discovering and bringing this light to the community and to legal authorities and to just the legislators in general. And, as an investigator, we can do so many different things, such as track their activities on a daily basis, forensic audits on the fiduciary accountability of these individuals that are wards of the states. The relationship between the wards and the conservators, or the conservators and the judges. There's so many different things out there as investigators that we can do. And I thought, as much work as Tina had put into this case and so many other cases, that I brought her on board as an investigator for my company, because I wanted to move forward, and she was more educated in this industry than anybody else I ever known. So Tina took off with this, and I'm actually proud to say that Tina has brought a huge element to our industry in the guardian and conservatorships. So tactics that I discovered going through guardianship and conservatorship is that I've learned is a guardian is someone that's supposed to take care of an individual, monitor their financial, their mental, and their physical needs. So my objective is to monitor the guardians, their activities on a daily basis, to really find out what they're doing on a daily basis. We have guardians and conservators that are out here that have 2 to 3 to 4 to 500 different wards of the states. And there's so many different ways that we can handle this, such as video surveillance, watching these individuals, GPS monitoring of their vehicles on a daily basis on what they're doing, background investigations, trying to relate the conservator to the judge, the conservator to the guardian, is so much more. Even it comes down to political individuals within the government. There's so much out there that we can do as an investigators and professionals not to let this go unnoticed.
We had a court hearing set up for July 16th of 2018. This was going to determine whether my dad was going to be able to stay with us or if this guardian was going to actually succeed in taking him. And I was not allowed to use that evidence in court because I was not allowed to even speak. But I had called the FBI, and they had called the guardian ad litem, who put a word in on my court document that he had been contacted by a federal agent and he was investigating this matter, and I think it scared them off. So my dad, he was released. He was his own person, so he didn't have to have a guardian. After that, the judge told my family we would be watched. She cleared her entire courtroom out. And when we walked out of that courtroom, I turned to my mother and I said, just because we won, we really didn't win. This is not over with. I'm going to keep doing this. There's something wrong here. And that's exactly what I did. I started investigating this further myself, and I reached out to another attorney to represent me for the adult protective service worker pushing me in our home and filing the fraudulent petition. It took me 60 attorneys before I found one, and he basically told me, you know what you know, now prove it. So I left his office September 13th of 2018, and the very next day I had found my first victim, September 14th of 2018, and that would be Chandra and Olivia.
Hello, my name is Chandra Drayton. And I am Olivia McDavid. And our mother's name was Ernestine Drayton. Our mother was kidnapped by a few individuals, one claiming to be an adult protective service worker, the other claiming to be a guardian, and the third, an attorney. These women intervene in our mother's lives. As an end result, we lost her. She passed away on May 8th, 2018.
Around September 14th of 2018, my sister received a message from a woman named Tina Lindsay. At that time, she was able to share with us a similar story her family has encountered in situations. We were able to compare similar scenarios that our families have been through with these individuals. Tina then introduced us to a very
prominent lawyer in the state of Michigan.
One that we could trust.
Very trusting. And at this time and thus forward, we are seeking justice.
And we
for
won't stop.
ourselves, for her family, for other victims in the past that have been overlooked
And are currently being
brushed under
overlooked.
the rug, for the woman who just needed a ramp on her home and was perfectly fine. We're seeking justice for everyone, and we will get it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Overall picture, though, is that I ended up saving my father between the work that Tim did and the work that I did. I believe that it really made a huge difference in my case. Had I not been that aggressive to begin with, my dad would not have been living with me anymore. The guardian would have had him. So I really believe that hiring a private investigator was the best route because I was able to see what she was doing, which was nothing, really.
I think to conclude Miss Lindsay's story on her home and her family was keeping her dad with them and keeping their home and their family. And I think that's exactly what we did. We worked together collaboratively as a family, as an investigation agency, and that's the overall goal of what we tried to reach. It was an influence. It may not have been the courts itself, but it was an influence on what pushed these conservators and these guardians away from her and her family and allowed them to continue on with their life.
After investigating this for 3 years, I realized there was a serious problem. I also, during that 3 years, realized that I really had a passion for this field and bringing truth and justice to families all over. Guardianship here in Michigan, there's no checks and balances. We have no one to oversee these guardians. You can take a 40-hour class and you're a guardian. Like, you know, you don't have to do anything to become one, really. It's just, we are losing a ton of families daily. I lost a 30-year-old just a few weeks ago, and her guardian is one of the most notorious ones here in the state of Michigan with mafia ties. We had a journalist, Gretchen Rachel Hammond, who did a investigation in Oakland County, and that investigation was ignored by our Attorney General, Dana Nessel. Dana Nessel, our Attorney General here in Michigan, had a task force started in March of 2019. It's done nothing. We've went from bad to worse. We're losing more people daily, and we need to start bringing light to this issue and start helping these families who really need it. It's devastating.
I'm going to go directly to Joanna's video since we are running a little bit late, and I will play it now. If I can figure out a way. Okay, we'll stop that screen share and we'll go to this one. And here we go.
Greetings, I'm Joanna.
Did you change the share to host? Remember you changed it for the panelists. Maybe it has to be changed back.
No, I don't think so. This is working correctly. Let's see what happens here. It's just having trouble loading.
Greetings, I'm Joanna Pagalis, speaking on behalf of myself and my mother, Catherine Pagalis. Well-intended guardianship has become nothing but false labels and domination for exploitation.
Dr. Sugar, if you have trouble, did you get the message from Jennifer? She could try and screen share as well.
You have to mute yourselves.
In 2010, my mother became a widow with my father leaving by 2014, she was a ward under a private for-profit guardian in the state of Minnesota. My mother was a registered nurse and nursing instructor who devoted her life to helping others. I'm a 100% disabled veteran who served our country in both the U.S. Marine Corps and the U.S. Army. Regardless that both my mother and I served our country in different capacities, neither of us is allowed to reside in the United States as a free citizen. Although it appears that we have the right to seek justice, guardianship has become so complex and self-serving that simply is not true. We were left no choice but to flee the country. If we return, my mother will be institutionalized by the guardian, and I will be incarcerated for the warrant for my arrest for accompanying her to freedom. My mother is one of the many in the United States that has fallen prey to guardianship. She was targeted by professionals who used family discord as an excuse to take over her life and her estate. In 2014, my mother and I were living happily together in Arizona. She had a diagnosis of mild cognitive impairment. She had no need for drugs, and she walked 4 miles a day on her own. One day she had the life she worked for, and the next day she was a prisoner. In August 2014, she and I traveled to Minnesota for a mediation agreement, and we were never able to return to Arizona together again. In a 4-month period, without medical testing, a family practitioner with a specialty in obstetrics wrote a false diagnosis of severe dementia to help force my mother into guardianship by December 2014. When the guardian was appointed, he told my brother and I am now your mother. The guardian took deliberate steps to erase my mother's life. To justify his action, he set up scenarios for her to fail and for her.
Sam, we can't
Yes.
hear this.
Okay, hang on.
Thieves, uncooperative, and unruly.
Or see it.
After being assigned a guardian,
Yeah,
my mother was
Just a moment.
thank you.
drugged, isolated, and forced to wear a body monitor.
You can't hear this at all?
No, no.
No, just
All right, just hang on.
slightly, and can't see it, so.
Hang on.
Meaning, her life's purpose, her dignity, and her health. I would find her day
A little
after day
better. We can hear it, but not see it.
lost her freedom, her rights,
Right.
and the life that she had worked and planned for. It stripped her of everything.
There you go. Got
Can you
it.
put it from the beginning?
No reason.
Yeah, I'm
to
going to
live.
start this again.
Thanks, Sam, for everything.
For exploitation. Our message to you today is that in guardianship, nothing is as it appears. From our experience, that is intentional. In 2010, my mother became a widow with my father leaving her in charge of a multi-million-dollar estate. By 2014, she was a ward under a private for-profit guardian in the state of Minnesota. My mother was a registered nurse and nursing instructor who devoted her life to helping others. I'm a 100% disabled veteran who served our country in both the U.S. Marine Corps and the U.S. Army. Regardless that both my mother and I served our country in different capacities, neither of us is allowed to reside in the United States as a free citizen. Although it appears that we have the right to seek justice, guardianship has become so complex and self-serving that simply is not true. We were left no choice but to flee the country. If we return, my mother will be institutionalized by the guardian, and I will be incarcerated for the warrant for my arrest for accompanying her to freedom. My mother is one of the many in the United States that has fallen prey to guardianship. She was targeted by professionals who used family discord as an excuse to take over her life and her estate. In 2014, my mother and I were living happily together in Arizona. She had a diagnosis of mild cognitive impairment. She had no need for drugs, and she walked 4 miles a day on her own. One day she had the life she worked for, and the next day she was a prisoner. In August 2014, she and I traveled to Minnesota for a mediation agreement, and we were never able to return to Arizona together again. In a 4-month period, without medical testing, a family practitioner with a specialty in obstetrics wrote a false diagnosis of severe dementia to help force my mother into guardianship by December 2014. When the guardian was appointed, he told my brother and I am now your mother. The guardian took deliberate steps to erase my mother's life. To justify his actions, he set up scenarios for her to fail and for her family members to fail. He labeled family members as greedy, thieves, uncooperative, and unruly. 43 days after being assigned a guardian, my mother was institutionalized, she was drugged, isolated, and forced to wear a body monitor to prevent her escape. My mother was an immigrant and an accomplished woman. Guardianship stripped her of her family, her life's meaning, her life's purpose, her dignity, and her health. I would find her day after day in the fetal position, begging to die because she lost her freedom, her rights, and the life that she had worked and planned for. It stripped her of everything that made her feel human, leaving her no reason to live. But my mother was also very determined and believed in the American justice system. In 2015, my mother and I were confident that the judge would side with her wishes to allow her to move back home. But instead, he sided with the guardian, kept her locked up, and determined that I was unwilling to work with the professionals. The day the guardian decided that my mother will never be able to walk again, never be able to feel the sun, and told me that I would never see her again, my mother and I, with the help of family and friends and my military comrades, pulled off an elaborate escape. For 2 months, we hid across the country until we got the courage to call the Greek embassy. Because we had dual citizenship, we were granted emergency passports. When we arrived in Greece, we were escorted to a monastery where nuns kept us hidden until we felt safe. My mother, who was labeled too demented to live her life outside of confinement, too demented to travel, and labeled a danger to herself and others, has been living freely and successfully in Greece since we escaped in 2016. When my mother's guardian was granted permanent guardianship in February 2015, her estate was worth an estimated $6 million. Today, the guardian conceals 4 trusts from both the court and the family, and possibly the IRS, reporting only a conservatorship account valuing her estate at $600,000. In a 2-minute hearing, the judge made his decision to accept the guardian's accounting without the guardian present. He did not allow my mother and I to participate in the hearing. We weren't given the opportunity to object. He only connected us after he made his decision and told us if we didn't agree, we could hire an attorney. My mother has been denied her request to hire an attorney by both the guardian and the judge. My legal ability to help her has been destroyed by the warrant for my arrest requested by the guardian and granted by the judge. Months before the hearing, the guardian and the judge accepted a report from my mother's Greek attorney providing substantial evidence of her whereabouts. Despite clear evidence, the guardian continues to report her as missing to the judge, who continues to allow the guardian a position without a ward, continues to accept financial statements that are deceptive and that do not provide support for the ward. My mother has received no money from her estate. It was only through the help of the U.S. Embassy that she's finally receiving her Social Security. Her pension is received by the guardian. Greece should be viewed as a role model for guardianship. In Greece, judges allow guardianship only in extreme cases where no family exists. We need to work together to change the U.S. laws and the judicial system that are breaking up families and destroying lives. Visit the website dedicated to our escape by searching Bogalis Guardianship. To view our video interview with Dr. Sam Sugar and my keynote speech from AAAPG's 2019 Guardianship Conference, visit AAAPG.net. Thank you.
I think I'm gonna want to talk to Joanna and to Tina, but I want to run through a quick video from one of our friends in Canada. The point being that the racket is alive and well in Toronto.
Hello everyone, my name is Florps Bajoko. I live in Toronto, Ontario in Canada. I'd like to tell everyone that the guardianship racket is a thriving business in Canada and it's been kept a secret. My 83-year-old mother was targeted for guardianship by her doctor. My 83-year-old mother died in her house under the care of the same doctor. I am a witness that my mother's lawyers destroyed her legal documents to destroy my mother. My mother had appointed me as her representative. The reason why her legal documents were destroyed is because the lawyers like conflict. When there's conflict, they make money. My mother had prepaid for a burial at the cemetery. This burial costed my mother $26,000. When the probate court took seizure of my mother's estate, that included the burial hole. It was documented in the legal documents at the probate court that my mother no longer has ownership of that burial hole. That burial hole belongs to the court-appointed lawyer. It did not take me long for me to find out that the guardians as well as the Attorney General's office are stakeholders at the cemetery. I have suspected for years that my mother was never buried. I also wanted to share stories of two seniors that were financially exploited and they lived in the city of Montreal, Quebec, in Canada. Both of these women did not have dementia. What these two women had in common was the same lawyer. His name is Charles Gebler. Charles Gebler went to court in an ex parte hearing without notifying the women nor the family. The court took guardianship of these elderly women and they were financially exploited. One of these women ended up homeless and ended up living in the basement of a restaurant. I'd like to thank Dr. Sugar and AAAPG for inviting me to this event and giving me the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Okay, I think we all need to take a deep breath for a minute. These are horrific stories. Joanna, now that you've seen all the videos, give us your reaction to what you've seen from Tina's and from Florps.
Well, I think it's horrible, and I think it's obvious that this is happening throughout, not only throughout the country, but throughout the world. And I think it's really important that we come together. All the guardianship groups really come together as one because we need the numbers to make a difference. And I think it's great that Framing Britney Spears came out and I Care a Lot came out, because all these years of work seem to finally be coming together. And I think that it's going to force change, because somebody told me when I first started out with this, they said, nobody's going to help you unless there's something in it for them. And I think now that we're at that point where, some people are going to stand up for us because, for whatever reason, I guess, they can't continue to deny us because we've become a pretty strong force, I think. And now we have some more information out there because especially with this I Care a Lot, it was an interesting movie. And so it introduced this guardianship problem to so many more people. And after it came out, I received emails from people that had no idea about guardianship and their stories and how one lady wrote me about her father and she said, my father's passed and she was in charge of her father until he passed. But this movie made her realize as a citizen how vulnerable she was at every point in her father's care. And then she came and she said, you know, my father's gone, but I'm 58 years old and my husband's 60 years old. And now we're afraid because we see how real this problem is. So I think it introduced really the nation to how vulnerable each and every one of us is.
And tomorrow we are going to have input from the Free Britney movement. I think it'll be one of the more interesting parts of the presentation. Let me move to Tina. Tina, your comments?
Yes, thank you for having me today and Chandra. I enjoyed listening to everybody's presentations. I'm expecting like this next couple months to see a little bit of change here in Michigan. We'll see how that goes. We have a lawsuit coming up in my one case, and there's going to be multiple more. So I'm just hoping, I'm looking forward to working with everybody and trying to make change here because we're losing so many families.
Thank you, dear. I want to move ahead quickly. We're doing pretty well on time. Our next presenter is Vito Ropo. Vito is a practicing attorney on the west side of Florida. He has been very helpful with some of our colleagues, and Vito is going to talk. Well, I'll let Vito tell you what he's going to talk about. Vito, please proceed.
Sure. Good evening. Doctor, can you hear me okay? Can everyone hear
Very
me?
good. You're fine.
All right. I've been litigating guardianship cases now for a little over 7 years here in Florida, and I've represented many victims. Tonight, I'm going to be talking about the complications, and I'm glad that I'm able to go right now after a lot of the presenters today, because a lot of the issues that the presenters have talked about, I'm going to cover. They are complications that attorneys have when representing victims, and you know, I'll get started in that. So the first thing I want to define what is a victim in these cases, and to me, as a practicing attorney, I believe a victim is someone who is in or has been in an unjust guardianship, unjust in any way. So what would I define as unjust? If there's other least restrictive means available, those need to be used. If they're not being used, your guardianship is unjust. If more rights have been taken away than you are able to exercise, then your guardianship is unjust. If the guardian, the trustee, the person in control is negligent or criminal, either with regard to the property or your person, your health, then your guardianship's unjust. And another one that a lot of people haven't really talked about, but I get this question a lot, is the creation of a guardianship without the understanding of the implications of that guardianship can lead to an unjust guardianship. And what I mean by that is a lot of times when I take a guardianship case over, the client will come to me and they'll say, I didn't know what I was getting myself into. And I go, okay, what did you know? And what do you know? And most of the time they know very little. They didn't realize the legal significance. They didn't realize the cost. They didn't realize what was involved in a guardianship. And ultimately, they didn't realize the control the courts have over the situation. it's in most cases total and absolute control. If the family member or friend is a guardian, they don't realize the work that needs to go into the accountings and the reports every year, and many times they get themselves in trouble over it. They don't understand the expense. When a guardianship's filed, you trigger, in most states, the ward is appointed an attorney, doctors are appointed, there's court costs. The expenses are astronomical. And finally, I think one of the other main problems that I'm told and that I discuss is the lack of communication. When a family or a ward is put into a guardianship, the family and loved ones and interested parties, they may not be privy to medical information, financial information, or what's going on in that case. You know, in one of the cases I had represented a spouse, and the guardian, for absolutely no reason at all, wouldn't allow the spouse to talk to her husband's doctor. In fact, it went so bad, the guardian said that he was dying, and we still weren't allowed to talk to the doctor. It's these types of things when you get into guardianships, people don't realize happen, and they happen a lot. And I think that's unjust too. If you enter into a guardianship and you have legal counsel and they don't educate you on what the consequences are, it's an unjust guardianship. Many times you do this to help people, but don't realize you're actually damaging them more than the current situation. So now that we've defined a bit what a victim is, why is it so hard for attorneys to fix the problem? Why is it so hard for victims to have sound legal counsel? And there's a lot of different problems there. So the first complication is how an attorney advocates for a ward. Really, there's two ways for them to do it. They can represent the ward themselves, or they can represent an interested party, a loved one, a family member, or a close friend. When the court process begins, when the guardianship begins, many times the courts will appoint an attorney for the ward. That attorney, the ward may not have selected, the ward may not like. And, so if another attorney is to get involved, the initial attorney can be a problem, and getting them out can be a problem. So to break down a little bit more about how the complications that an attorney has when representing a ward, the first is when you have a ward, most of the times they've lost their rights. They've lost the right to contract, to hire an attorney. And that problem, along with the communication problem, are the two hardest things to deal with. So for instance, I'm a Florida barred attorney. In Florida, the Florida bar prohibits an attorney from reaching out to a client. The only way that a Florida lawyer can represent a ward is if the ward contacts that Florida lawyer first. They can't, a family member can't do it. They have to do it. They have to either go to that attorney's office, they have to call the attorney, they have to somehow reach out to the attorney in order to procure services from that attorney. So that's one thing that's a very difficult hurdle to jump over with any attorneys that are trying to represent wards. A lot of times when a ward's in a guardianship, they don't have a phone. They are unable to use the internet. Sometimes they have hearing aids that aren't adjusted well. No one's assisting them with it, and it's very difficult for them to hear. And in this last year, COVID has exacerbated these issues with remote communication. It's even harder now than it was before for an attorney to adequately represent a ward or even communicate with the ward. So even if an attorney does represent a ward, these are the initial challenges, is just getting in on the case and the communication, the initial communication. The second big prong of this is the financial problem. So a ward under a guardianship case loses the right to contract. They have the right to an attorney, but they lose the right to contract. What this essentially means is if a ward contacts an attorney, until the court appoints that attorney in many cases, that attorney's not, has no right to compensation. And even if that attorney is appointed by the court, any invoices are scrutinized by the court. It's ultimately a very high risk and a very low reward for any attorney that gets involved in that area. So you don't find attorneys representing wards. It's very difficult to find someone that does. So there's no incentives, and all there is risk. If an attorney if you take the route of representing an interested person or an interested party, a family, a friend, a neighbor, there's a whole nother suite of problems. The first, obviously, which some of the presenters have talked about, is the financial problem. An interested party has to pay out of pocket for an attorney without any guarantee of ever being reimbursed. Most often, the problem is the friend or the family member can't afford an attorney. The case, by the time that friends and family get involved, are usually in litigation. They're very costly and very time consuming. Sometimes, or many times, it may even cost $15,000 to $20,000 as a retainer just to have an attorney review the case and develop a strategy on how to proceed. And the time constraints in guardianship cases make this nearly impossible in many cases. It's not like a regular civil case where it takes 18 months to get to a trial. Every issue in a guardianship case can be filed on and heard, where all the discovery has to be conducted in a 30 to 45 day period, sometimes shorter. So the first problem, or the first prong with representing interested parties, is a financial one. The second one, which if you can get past the financial issues, you run into the lack of information issue. Most interested parties don't have case information. And in order to get that information, it's a large upfront workload for the attorney. Some of the information is not available. Many parts of the guardianship docket are confidential, and you're unable to even view them. Even for an attorney that's of record on a case, we can't get the information sometimes. Especially financial and medical information, it's almost always confidential. And in fact, in the state of Florida, the statutes, the way they're written, is that the financial and medical information can't be shared with anyone but the ward and the court. So if you're an interested party, or if you're a family member, you have no access to that information to audit it yourself. Is this a good idea? It keeps someone's privacy, but it prevents any close family, any interested party from taking part in the review of those documents and blowing the whistle on it if something's going wrong. A lot of times the family might be able to catch issues way before they become blown up. And we're essentially at the whim of the judge and the auditor to make a full comprehensive review of the case, of all of the financials, of all of the medical, for an entire year period at a time. A lot of these auditors and a lot of these judges have hundreds, if not thousands, of cases, and they do not and cannot dedicate the time necessary for each individual case to spot a lot of the inconsistencies and a lot of the issues in them. So it's a serious complication, the lack of information as an attorney when you're representing an interested party. How can you prove that a guardian is doing something wrong when you're not able to see the information and you're denied that information at every turn? Now, I liked, gosh, I'm sorry, I don't remember which presenter it was, but they had a private investigator. That's a great idea.
That was Tina Lindsay.
Tina, that's a great idea. Having a private investigator follow the guardian around.
Thank you.
It's
Yeah.
not, I mean, sometimes people can't afford an attorney and an investigator. It's a money issue sometimes too, but that would be one way to gather information, would be to hire an investigator and follow someone around. It still doesn't provide banking information. It still doesn't provide financial information, but it can give you some information on what's going on and happening in the case. Another big problem with representing interested parties that I find is prior issues with the court. Many times, interested parties, family members, when these cases begin, they happen very fast, they happen very hard, and the attorneys, when they start these things, they know what they're doing. They push the paper fast, and it's very difficult to get an attorney on board to represent you adequately. What ends up happening is the attorneys that are pushing the guardianship essentially railroad everyone in the process. And in doing that, sometimes they take positions that are skewed or that are wrong, and they get things entered into the court docket because the court's not always concerned with the rules of evidence in the very beginning as they try to push these things. And it presents issues later on in the case. If there's a court order that says someone may have, a family member may have done something wrong in the beginning, that court order, although it might be 2 or 3 years old, is going to prevent you from trying to fix a problem 3 years down the road. It's a serious issue that I deal with a lot in these cases, and it's another serious complication with representing interested parties. Essentially, you do one bad thing, and it haunts you forever in the future. All future proceedings lead back to that one bad thing, and it prevents you from doing any good later on, because no matter what you try to do, they will cite that one bad thing you did, and you'll never have a chance to make up for it. I'd like to also say, usually that bad thing that happens is because of some sort of lack of understanding of the process and the court system in general. And it's seriously unfortunate when that comes to haunt you 3 or 4 years down the road. I see it a lot. So in representing victims and the challenges, if we get past all of this, if an attorney is able to represent a victim, either as an interested party or as a ward, and we're able to pass all these hurdles and you're successful, what happens to that success? What are the issues with that success? You fix the unjust guardianship, you return some of the rights, and maybe hold the guardian or the trustee responsible. Then what happens? Well, there's a financial burden. Often the cost of getting to that point is substantial. The cost of success, many times you're paying the ones that did you wrong just to be successful in the future. A lot of times my clients are posed with a decision. Do we pay the wrongdoers and come to an agreement to get out of the situation, or do we continue to litigate and fight? And once you're out of these cases, your life's in shambles. You have to rebuild everything. If the guardian hasn't been keeping adequate records, you may not have a driver's license. You may not be able to, if you don't have a driver's license, you can't switch Social Security over. If the guardian sold your house because they said that you're unable to live there, you no longer have a home. There's tons of issues with just being successful. And there's no real answers in court to these issues. If you get out of the guardianship and attempt to hold those accountable, you're almost always in for the long run, and serious litigation ensues. It's very difficult to go back on court orders and somehow prove that they were created by fraud or fraud on the court. It's almost impossible, because when you are successful, all of those prior accountings, all of the prior actions usually have court orders that go along with them in the process. And if you go back to try to hold these people responsible, you need to unwind years and years and years and years of court orders and and accountings and reports in which the courts approved, the auditors have approved. So these are sort of in a bullet point fashion, a lot of what everyone's already talked about today. These are my experiences in representing victims and the challenges that I go through really on a daily basis in these cases. They're very hard to overcome. There's a very low reward for high risk at work, especially a lot of times when an attorney takes these cases. We're sent sanction letters. They threaten us to hold us personally liable just for trying to help someone. You know, it's never ending sometimes. So doing all of this as an attorney and then becoming successful, a lot of times there's nothing left. And it's a serious problem. Our court system needs to address it. Our judicial system needs to address it. And we need to reform the laws in place to be able to balance the system as it is.
Vito, I am going to make your video required watching for everyone who calls me. And I think the rest of us advocates should too. You have put a spin on this that most of us don't have any familiarity with. You're looking at it from the inside out, while we're forced to look at from the outside in. And what resonates with me is that this system is just shattered. There's no accountability. There's no chance of getting out of a guardianship. There's no chance of getting restitution. There's no chance of getting justice. It's a rabbit hole and it's a fixed game. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate the courage it took for you to actually go on tape to say this. Really appreciate that, Vito. Does anybody have any questions for Vito? We have just a minute or two. If you want to unmute yourself. No? Okay. We are then going to go to our last live speaker. We have a video at the very... Yeah.
Joanne, I do actually have a question.
Go ahead.
Sure.
You know, as international escapees, we're in Greece and the case is in Minnesota. Is there really anything that we can do?
To what goal? What's
I guess just to get rid of at least the guardian or the guardianship. I don't know if we're able to get rid of the conservatorship, but there's no ward there, and yet they have complete control of my mother's estate and everything. And we were told, the judge said that he wouldn't let her hire her own attorney unless she were present. But she didn't need to be present when he took her rights away. Mm-hmm. And so it was more of a manipulation to get us there. So is there anything we can do internationally? I'm kind of at my wit's end, really.
I'd be happy to talk to you off of the conference here.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah. I think there may be a few things you can try, and I'd be happy to talk to you afterwards.
Thanks, Vito.
I have a question.
Yes, Sharon.
I promise. I don't really expect an answer. I would like to know why none of the attorneys who take an oath when they take the bar, why they don't step up and say, hey, this is so wrong. Is it the police have what they call the blue line? So what color is the line that all these attorneys, all of them, are not willing to cross?
I can answer that question. It's green.
I know. I just wanted to ask that question.
Yeah.
Well, I would just say that, number one, I don't think a lot of attorneys are trained in guardianship, which is part of the problem. That there's a lot. There's some that are very, very good in it, and then there's those that aren't.
I have a cousin who is a district attorney for a small county in Florida, and when this all started, I told him, listen, if they won't let me be the guardian, they cannot turn you down. You're a lawyer. He said, let me look into it. he got back. He said, "Oh my gosh." He said, "You're in so much trouble." He said, "I can't do anything. Nobody can do anything. Nobody."
Well,
Appreciate those comments.
I would just say, Sharon, there is some hope.
Sure.
I'm not
If we're
saying
gonna
in every
fight.
I'm not saying in every case, but I have seen people get out of them.
So
Mhm.
with that very small bright light of hope, I want to move to our next and Vito, thank you so much again.
Thanks, Vito. Thanks
That
for
was
everything.
fantastic.
It was.
Thank you, guys.
I want to introduce Rick Black, who is a colleague and has been working in this field for a long time. He is the founder of the Center for Estate Administration Reform. Rick, if you could unmute yourself, please, and give us your presentation.
Great. Thanks, Sam.
You're welcome.
Does that sound good?
Yeah, perfect.
Great. For those of us who don't know us, my wife and I founded SEER in 2018. We've been working in this area since 2013 when her father was taken captive in Las Vegas, which started us in an odyssey that, like all of you on the phone tonight, thought could never happen in this country. One, I want to say before I get going here that I appreciate and agree with everyone's comments tonight. Since 2013, when we started researching cases in Nevada, we've either researched or counseled now close to 4,000 cases nationwide. And when we expanded, first working for NASGA and then with Sam at AAAPG and then forming SEER, it became obvious that this is a very serious problem in every state. It's only a matter of degrees as to how bad it gets. And that degree or variance really stems from who's sitting at the bench. Lawyers are allowed to lie, even though their oath says that they don't, even though we as the public are told that they won't, they are allowed to lie. And judges in the equity court, that third branch of the judiciary, know it and have taken full advantage of this. This has gotten worse since World War II. It's been around for a long time, but after World War II, when we really went about establishing the third branch of the court, the equity court, those attorneys realized it's a lawless environment. It doesn't matter what the statutes say. It doesn't matter what the rules of civil procedure or the rules of evidence require. And it doesn't matter what your estate documents say. They can get away with almost anything in that environment because it's an environment where, and we're all becoming very culturally aware of this, the big lie culture. This is a big lie culture, and the big lie choir always wins. So defamation of legitimate protectors, making up stories that legitimizes creating a guardianship or trafficking an estate, which is a phrase that we've coined over the last few years. It's entitlement. And the last point I'd say before I start into my pitch is this system, and everybody needs to understand this on the phone, this system was perfectly designed by the legal community to serve the legal community at the public's expense. And while we were all busy raising our families, building our estates, doing what most Americans do, we empowered our legal community to lobby, which, by the way, the bar, American Bar Association, state bar associations, county bar associations, the bar is the biggest single lobbying group in the country. Every attorney lobbies for every other attorney. And even though this segment is very, very small, 50,000 attorneys in elder, trust, estate, probate, attorney areas and litigation, in a population of 1.5 million attorneys, registered attorneys, members of the bar in the US, it is easy because of everything that Vito just said for these atrocities to continue to grow unchecked and to be completely hidden from the American public. And if I can leave you with one message before I go into my pitch, it's what we are doing tonight, what Sam is doing, what I have been doing with Sam and others now for 8 years is what we have to do daily. We must work together as a team, as a coalition, leveraging everybody's strengths, everybody's talents, because we are only going to beat this monster by working together. So with that, I'm going to fire up this pitch here, and we'll give you a little sense of what's going on in Florida. I did this pitch specifically on Florida, even though, again, we're averaging a new case a day. I thank God my wife is such a great lady, and I chose to retire, and I can devote a lot of time every day to this. And every new victim that calls SEER, I give them an hour. We run them through the questions, we log those cases. We want the data. Our organization does really two things. We counsel victims, nearly 4,000. We counsel them. We talk through them about their situation. We tell them what their options are. We tell them, sadly, what the legal community won't admit. And that is pretty powerful in this odyssey. We also spend a lot of time in DC, continue to do so, and are looking forward to what we're going to be able to get into here in the back half of 2021 with the pandemic passing, because sadly, as much as we hate it and the benefits of social media is not going to fix this problem. We are going to have to go to Lansing. We're going to have to go to Tallahassee. We're going to have to go to Harrisburg and Santa Fe and Sacramento and Olympia, because we're going to have to keep elevating the evidence to get state and federal leadership to do something. Because look, most of them have been duped. You have ignorance, you have apathy, and you have sociopathy. Sadly, the sociopaths in this equation have been winning for 80 years. They've been telling people that we're all dysfunctional, that we try to accelerate our inheritance, or we're thieves and crooks and abusers. Meanwhile, it only applies to the people who, for the most part, have walked away with the estates of our loved ones. So I'm going to share the screen. Can you see that? Can you see the pitch I'm looking at?
No,
No?
no.
Let me go back.
Let me see if there's something on this side.
I see it down in your bottom left corner, Sam.
No, I have all panelists can share. Who can start sharing with slides?
Did it go?
There you go.
yet?
There you go. You got it. You
Okay.
got it.
Perfect. Perfect. I've already gone through SEER. Our website is www.seerjustice.org. We have thanks to some prompting from a lot of activists, we did start this year a Twitter account and an Instagram account, and we also have a Facebook account, and we're active every day posting stories that make mainstream media all over the country, at least one story a day, sadly, on our Facebook page. This 2021 proposed Florida legislation, the point I want to make here is really twofold. The Florida Bar is building a fortress, namely the leadership of two critical sections of the bar, the elder law section of the Florida Bar and the real property probate trust law
Reptile
section, which is eloquently named Reptile. We've been much more diligent on understanding what the leadership of the bar in Florida wants to do. And it's very obvious from our inability to get meaningful legislation passed that they are building a fortress around these probate courts to make sure that they can grab anyone. And the discussions tonight were appropriate. Anyone, I could be placed in a guardianship. Get me isolated, get the paperwork that they need, and don't let me see the light of day, and I could wake up a month from now penniless and completely powerless to do anything about it. And we have several victims across Florida that is exactly what happened to them. 60-year-old engineers trying to build their lives and work towards retirement, that their lives were destroyed. Fortunately, last year, when the bar came out with the bottom of this list, so I'm going to start there because it's not numbered, they worked and effectively got the financial records sealed in the state of Florida, which effectively covers up the fraud, the trust fraud, the asset fraud that occurs within fraudulent guardianship, within the estate trafficking guardianships. There's three types of frauds that we characterize nationwide. The biggest one by far is estate trafficking. That could be done with DPOA fraud, trust fraud, adult guardianship fraud. The second one, which is growing across Florida, is health facility, medical facility risk mitigation. What we're finding is more and more hospitals, because guardianship is cheaper than liability insurance, they are identifying risk clients, risk patients, and calling local attorneys and having them placed into guardianship and removed from their facilities. That does two things. It mitigates risk. It also fattens the pockets of those lawyers, because then those people head into guardianship and their rights are completely removed. And then the downstream fallout is Medicare, Medicaid fraud. But what those two sections wanted to do this year was completely seal all case records. And fortunately, a lot of us went to action very, very quickly with the press, with leadership, to make it clear that that is unacceptable. Sunlight is the best disinfection. And what we have seen nationwide, and that was the key to our success in Nevada in 13 through 18, I could see every record. I could see every exhibit. I could analyze every accounting document. And it was so easy to highlight people like April Parks and many others in the state. Sam?
128 people. Yeah.
Okay.
Get a little technical.
So moving up, so fortunately we got this one blocked, but we got to continue to work on transparency of probate records in the state of Florida. Now let's go to the very top, because this one is disturbing. You look at that title, you would be convinced that's good for all of us. Protection of Elderly Persons and Disabled Adults Act. There's the numbers, there's the introduction. Anytime in legislation, when you see parallel bills, one in the House, one in the Senate, coming in together, that means that people have been planning for more than a year. Key legislators have been planning for more than a year to introduce these type bills, knowing that both houses are going to have identical bills, which will help race these through to get signed by either the governor in a state or the president as it pertains to federal bills. This bill, which the Attorney General of Florida endorsed, the elder law section of the bar endorsed, is an absolute anti-family, anti-estate plan, pro-bar bill. What it provides is that if you are accused in a civil court and convicted of criminal activities, and I'm not going to go into the details, but being convicted in a civil court of a crime is a rather easy thing for attorneys to do. But this bill, what it stated was, if you get convicted, even in a civil court, or if you get accused of murder, that they can then take you into the probate court and remove you from your inheritance. It doesn't apply to attorneys. It doesn't apply to professional guardians. It does apply to family guardians, and it definitely applies to family members. We're working to battle this bill. We have yet to see what the outcome is on this bill in 2021, but I share it with you because it's a scary reality of how effectively the bar is working in the state of Florida and many other states to build this fortress to make sure that they can continue to make money at the expense of good families. The second bill, the elder-focused dispute resolution process, this came from a judge over in Sumter County. We don't have many cases that come from Sumter County. That's up by the lake area, or it's not the lakes, the villages of north central Florida. She runs a pretty clean court. Shouldn't be a need for elder caring coordinators, but she has successfully introduced this process and is now in the process of trying to expand it statewide. The concern we have on this is we don't need more attorneys. These elder caring coordinators have to be people with have to be college educated, and many of them with master's degrees. These will be insiders who currently work within the court. So adding an additional layer just adds an additional layer of cost to the estate, particularly in what we call the hotspot counties within Florida. So again, we're pushing hard. We've talked to staffers, and I got to give a big shout out to Hillary Hogue, because there's a lot of activists that are working hard every day in Florida. But Hillary is on this 7 days a week. We talk several times every day, nearly. And she and others have gotten key meetings with key legislators, both at the state and federal level, so that we can register our complaints en masse. The great thing about the way we're working now is no one's going in alone. We're putting 6, 10, 12 activist victim family members, for the most part, on the phone to make it clear what the issues are and what we know about what's going on in these courts. The last one is actually good and bad, and it's the act related to supportive decision-making. We at SEER are not supporters of supportive decision-making. I work with Jonathan Martinez, who will pitch tomorrow. I've studied many cases over the last 7 years, and even Jonathan is against it now because he sees that it's too expensive to implement and just creates another smokescreen for additional cost to the estate. And it really is no different than an effectively defended durable power of attorney healthcare advance directive. In talking with Representative Allison Tant's team on this bill, they're going to abandon the bill because, which was the silver lining in the whole effort, they have learned from their efforts with Senator voters that there are serious issues in Florida's probate court system. And they understand now they have to have more far-reaching legislation if we're going to clean up the system. Allison is a mother with a disabled child. She understands the plight of the vulnerable. We advocate for vulnerable adults 18 and over. So it's been a great opportunity to get her educated on the issues and to get her support. And we're looking forward to what will happen in the back half of the year. Let me just, I think I'm controlling this. Yeah. So to wrap up, fraudulent adult guardianship and trust frauds are growing. Everything everyone said tonight, I just want to echo it. You know, when we started, we'd get a call a month. Now we get a call a day. And I don't expect it to slow because our website's only been active 3 years, and the word's getting out. We've helped a bunch of people. We've saved a bunch of people. We work unconventionally. I don't talk about our tactics because I don't want the enemy to know how we go about what we do. State leadership is ignoring the victimization. They are ignoring it in every state. The successes we got in Nevada, I thought would be easy to translate. It has been impossible. And the only attorney general in this country who has listened and taken action is a 35-year-old attorney general in Nevada back there in 2014 who said, this is outrageous. I want to do something about it. And thank God he got elected and he did something about it. Activism is a team sport. I just want to echo what everyone said tonight. We have to work together. We have to put down our divisiveness. We have to embrace diversity because that's the only way we're going to win. The enemy loves pitting us against each other. Needs, right call. Look, we're going to have to take this on with leadership. So right call. We've done a great job. building off the Free Britney movement, getting those letters off to Jerry Nadler, the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee. By my count, we're somewhere close to 1,000 letters that have been written over the last month, and we here at SEER have more letters to write. Little discouraged with the potential arrest or whatever of Representative Matt Gaetz, but it really doesn't matter. We've got to take our message to the House Judiciary Committee at the federal level, to the Senate Judiciary Committee, and those people are very much in charge, and they need to hear from us, all of us. Focus on court dysfunction. And attorney malfeasance. It's just a comment. We know our judges are negligent, ignorant, uneducated, sometimes very good, but being completely misled by the big lie choir that practices within their courtroom that they just can't get their head around. But the point is, judges have immunity. We likely will never put one in jail unless we catch them taking cash, and we haven't done that yet. On the other hand, judges or attorneys are not supposed to lie. And we have to continue to focus on the court dysfunction, and when lawyers commit what I call constructive fraud, making up stories to discredit families and to intercept a state. That's embezzlement, that's extortion, that's theft. But we got to focus on the attorney malfeasance. And then, as everyone has done and continues to do, leverage media, social for sure, social media, but local media, print, TV, those are our amplifiers. We've had a great 12 months. 2 movies, one that got launched and then got sued and got pulled from the airwaves, which has given us even more visibility than if it hadn't been pulled. The lawsuit between the attorneys in Boston and Netflix, which got Guardianships or Guardians Inc. pulled. And we've got another movie coming. It'll introduce in 2022. It's Killers of the Flower Moon, also a movie, not a documentary, but it talks about what lawyers were doing in northeastern Oklahoma back during World War I, in fact, to steal the estates of American Indians who had won mineral rights for oil that was discovered under their reservation. So we're making progress, but we are up against an army. We are up against an army that has effectively built a fortress over the last 80 years, and they're not going to give up easy. And that means all of us got to work together. So Sam, thanks to you for this event. Thanks for inviting me to speak. And most of all, thanks to everyone else who spoke tonight and continues to invest in helping others. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. We're almost at the end of our program. Rick, if you could stop your screen share, please. You have to, there you go, good. We are going to finish for tonight. I want to remind everybody that our second session will start tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock Eastern time. It will be much less depressing tomorrow. We're going to talk about things to come, plans for the future, and hopefully stuff that's a little more uplifting. Let me see where. Here we go. Here's our next video. Can everybody see it?
My name is Jennifer. I live in Ireland. I fled the USA to escape a fraudulent and abusive conservatorship.
Can't see it.
Fortunately for me, since my grandparents were born in
Can't
Ireland.
see it.
You don't see it? Okay.
No.
Hang on. More video problems. Let me get here again, share screen again. And just give me a moment. As you can tell, my technical skills have deteriorated over the years. Okay. And we're going to stop that share. I'm going to get this right. Don't worry. And just one moment. Try this again. Jennifer, are you listening?
My name is Jennifer.
Can
I
you
live
hear
in
this?
Ireland. Yes, I fled the USA to escape a fraudulent and abusive conservatorship.
Can you hear that, folks?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
We can
good.
see and hear. Sandra.
Thank you, Dr. Sugar.
Okay.
Fortunately for me, since my grandparents were born in Ireland, I'm a citizen and can remain permanently here. Anyone in America can become the victim of a fraudulent guardianship or conservatorship. All that's needed is a doctor's signature and the approval of a judge at a hearing you may not even be invited to. You only need to cross paths with the wrong person. A key player in my conservatorship turned out to be someone I met my last year of high school. Our first year in college at UCLA, Amy and I shared an apartment for one term. Amy seemed to have a lot of problems. She shoplifted, she bragged about taking the SAT for a younger sister of a mutual friend, then laughed about outperforming on the math section so people would know the girl had not taken her own test. Amy was financially well supported by her parents, a lawyer and a licensed psychologist. But even so, she regularly bounced checks. As I became more involved in university life, Amy complained I wasn't spending enough time with her. One day, as I was preparing to go to an event I had been looking forward to, Amy announced she had just swallowed a bottle of pills. I took her to the ER and waited for her in the waiting area as Amy went back to see the doctors. About 90 minutes later, she returned, saying her stomach had been pumped and she was now being released. It seemed unlikely doctors would have released a suicidal young adult without any follow-up, and Amy didn't look like she'd had any procedure at all. I felt manipulated and knew I needed to distance myself from Amy, but rather than have a confrontation, I resolved to move out of our shared apartment at the end of the school term. A year later, I transferred to UC Berkeley and moved into a women's co-op house, Hoyt Hall. After some time there, I was elected house manager, covering my rent and board. Amy transferred to Berkeley. She moved into Hoyt and tried to cheat on the room selection lottery and broke other rules. She seemed to think her relationship with me entitled her to special privileges in the house. Eventually, we both moved on. I graduated and went to grad school at Yale. I met my future husband there in 1985. He and I became engaged in 1987. I remember receiving a call from Amy, and she asked if I was marrying my fiancé for his money. She's the only one who has ever asked me that. In the following years, I experienced inexplicable difficulties when trying to obtain health care. I was also regularly denied my medical records. Some doctors made odd comments, including one who said, "You don't seem at all like the person in your record." Since I couldn't get my records, I was unable to get to the bottom of it. In 2015, my father suggested I would be better off traveling abroad to get my health care. It seemed an odd suggestion. I wouldn't understand the reason for his comment until a couple years later. I only learned in late 2017 that my problems with healthcare in the USA were because Amy had somehow managed to get herself appointed as my conservator of the person decades earlier. My younger brother Paul and a few others were also involved. Paul at the time was a California lawyer, but he has since resigned his license with charges pending for offenses unrelated to my conservatorship. My father would eventually share that he and my mom had been deceived and had not understood conservatorship nor who Amy was. Others were deceived along the way too, including quite a few doctors. Eventually, I developed a lump in one of my breasts. 2 medical care providers I consulted dismissed my concerns, not even checking for a lump. One made a comment about anxiety. Later, I sought medical care in Ireland, where I received a diagnosis of invasive breast cancer. My husband and I still cannot gain access to my medical or legal records in the USA. Also, since my conservatorship of the person was hidden from me for decades, it's now considered long-standing. I've been told that makes it even less likely ever to be overturned. In America, I don't even have the right to retain an attorney to try to overturn it. Under the conservatorship, I have suffered much harm. I had a chronic health condition, sarcoidosis, that went untreated and totally unmanaged for years. My breast cancer diagnosis was delayed. My life has been disrupted, and my husband and children have been harmed as well. The probate conservatorship system in America causes unnecessary harm to many people under conservatorship because of failures of oversight and accountability. Some wards genuinely need a guardian or conservator, and for these people, the system must do better than it currently does. My own experience, though, relates to a different problem: loopholes in the law making it far too easy for predators to take advantage of people through probate conservatorship. I became a victim when the court permitted people to present lies about me while denying me any opportunity to defend myself or set the record straight. A patient in a coma cannot be expected to testify, but why would a Yale PhD candidate be excluded from a hearing at which their own civil rights are at risk? That I could become a conservatee and have no right to be told of my status with someone like Amy put in charge represents a total failure of the system in my view. I found my remedy by leaving the country. It seemed to be my only option in the end. The crime of fraudulent conservatorship can happen to anyone in America. Conservatorship laws need to be changed. Unfortunately, predators exist. Our laws should protect people from them. Secret hearings where citizens are stripped of civil rights should not be a thing in America. The constitutional rights of all Americans are at risk because of inadequacies in the probate conservatorship system. No American should have to be told their rights are gone and cannot be restored because of something that happened in an American probate court. Restoration of a citizen's rights should always be a possibility, and Americans should always be able to retain an attorney to defend their rights. Please demand change. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes tonight's program. I want to thank everybody for their patience with our little technical glitches. I think we all learned a lot tonight, and those of us who already knew some of this information need to hear it every now and then to keep our understanding fresh. This is a horrible problem. It kills people, it kills families, it robs them of everything. And we haven't even touched on many of the levels of corruption in the court, corruption of the medical profession, corruption in the legal profession, corruption at every single level, which I'm going to be talking about tomorrow. I look forward to tomorrow's presentation, which begins at 9 a.m. And I'll close by giving my deep gratitude and thanks to everyone who participated on the panel, as well as our over 140 attendees tonight. Thank you and good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Tim.
Thanks, Doctor.